Fine. Oh, there we go. Okay, I can hear again. Thank you, everybody, for joining us. This is No Soundbites Allowed. I'm your host, Michael Voss, Dragon of the Southern Tier. Happy to be here with you today. Just making sure that everyone can see us on all the various social networks. I do want to say hello to everybody that will be joining us on Rumble. And I can't see the comments from Rumble yet, but I do know that there is about an audience of about 500% more people watching on Rumble than there are people watching on YouTube. Just goes to tell you a little bit about the censorship there. So it's Easter. I hope everyone is having a great Easter. I hope that you've enjoyed it. You've had good times with your family. I want to thank you for joining us. If this is the first time that you are seeing our channel, I want you to know that every Sunday at 2:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, we go out and we reach out to everyone across the globe to hear what you have to say about the issues that are affecting us all. And we literally want you to share in the First Amendment, the right to free speech. It's not just an American right, it is something you can do in every nation, even if your government doesn't agree, even if you know that the internet censors don't agree. Oh, DLive is working, YouTube is up, but of course, no notifications. Well, like I said, Dow, thank you for commenting, being the first one to comment today. It's just one of the things about Facebook. We have literally on a smaller audience on Rumble, we have 500% more people watch my birthday live stream than on YouTube. It just tells you the censorship is live and it is real and it is happening before our very eyes and it is insane. Now, but that's all right. We're going to keep going. Now, for anyone who's new to the channel, you can always call in at 607-242-9247. Our phone line is up and it is ready so that you can call in to talk about whatever it is you think is important, to either agree or disagree with any idea and comment that we make on the channel, as well as to tell us about issues you think are important that need to be discussed that maybe the mainstream media isn't talking about, or maybe they're downplaying it. We want to hear your voices. And I know it's Easter. Hello, hot chicks. Good to see that you're here with us as well. And never go by the audience numbers that you see on any of the social media. They tend to downplay it and not let you know how many people are actually here. You are not alone in the views that you hold, and we want you to see that and have that conversation. Now, as is normal on this channel, we always like to start off talking about some of the things that are happening overseas and then bring it into what's happening domestically here in the United States. Again, at any point in the conversation, you can always comment, either whether you agree, disagree, or whether you want to talk about something else. You can call into 607-242-9247, or you can leave us comments on YouTube, on Facebook, on DLive, and a few of the other channels. So we hope that you'll be able to have a great time with that. Oh my God, it's been a couple of days 3 days since my birthday. And you would think that we covered everything. I was on live for 12 hours and 15 minutes. And of course, YouTube removed a bunch of my comments and a bunch of the links. It's in their effort to try and silence people and deny you the ability to see what's going on. Everything we're going to show you today, the comments, the links are going to be in the comments, even though YouTube wants to remove that, so that you can see for yourself all the things we're talking about and to learn more. Let's start off with something really simple. Let's talk about what's happening in the world right now. The Biden-Harris administration are in deep trouble. We have problems with all of our allies all across the world. And that's probably more obvious when we find out that there are documents that have been leaked. There's a problem in the Biden-Harris administration. They are telling the world everything. We are spying on our allies, and we are leaking the information about what we have found out to other nations. We know this because there is a bunch of details that have come out about the Ukraine-Russia war, and that we have found out and confirmed what we already knew, that Ukraine is running out of weapons, they're running out of ammunition, that they have great difficulty in fighting the Russians, in many parts of Western Ukraine, and that by May 23rd, they're going to be in a desperate situation. Now, I don't know if this is because the Department of Defense leaked the information to try and motivate people, motivate the United States and the world to jump into the Ukraine conflict and to provide more weapons and more troops. Because ultimately, what's going to be happening in this conflict, I believe, is you're going to see NATO troops more and more in there. This is very much what we saw in Afghanistan. This is very much what we see happened in Vietnam, where we had there was a war going on. We sent in advisors to the United States, and to protect our advisors, we had to send in troops. And the next thing you know, we're in a war that's going to last over a decade. And we're looking at the same thing here when we're talking about the Ukraine. We know that they're almost out of ammunition. We know that the United States is reaching out to South Korea to try and get the weapons and ammunition that they need for the Ukraine to continue to fight against Russia, even as the economic sanctions continue, and they are failing. They have completely failed. That's just a fact. It doesn't matter whether or not you're on Russia's side or Ukraine's side. These are the details that are happening right now, and it is having an impact on our lives. And potentially, if we are correct, it's going to be one of 3 regional wars going on around the world. And we're going to see that U.S. troops are going to get more and more involved in Western Europe, and as well as what we're going to see in the Southeast Asia region, which we will discuss in a moment. So we need to, and the problem is, we have lost the confidence of our allies. We have lost our confidence of our allies in France, in the European Union, Germany, United Kingdom. They don't trust us anymore. And part of that reason is we're leaking all the information. We have found out, I'm sorry if there's a little feedback there, we have found out that the rest of the world, we're giving them information about this entire conflict. I mean, that's coming from the Washington Post, that's being reported by The Hill, that these documents from the Justice Department and the Department of Defense are going out and confirming that the Ukraine is almost out of all air defense. They don't have enough planes. They don't have enough weapons to shoot down the planes. They can't fight against. Yeah, I'm trying to fix the audio here. That should be clear now. Thank you, Dow, for letting me know that the audio is off. So the Ukraine is not going to be able to fight against what they're seeing. The Russian planes are not going to be able to stop them. And in fact, the drones that are coming from Iran that are being used in Russia, that's going to be one of the biggest things we're going to see in this war that are going to continue to affect this war. And one of the reasons why we're going to need U.S. troops, either directly or by NATO, going into that conflict, because they can't stop the drones. They can't stop the planes. This is a problem. This is a major problem. And we know that in this report, it is stating clearly that the United States is spying on our allies, both in South Korea, as well as in the Ukraine, and possibly other nations as well. And we got caught. It's one thing to say that, oh, well, they're spying. There's always spying that's going on, various nations spying on each other. But the fact that we're spying on our allies in reference to this war, that's a problem, especially when we're getting caught. That does not add to the confidence that any of our allies will have. And that's only getting worse because of what we've seen with the Afghanistan. Now, a lot of people may not have. Really, is my microphone, it keeps going fuzzy and then clear. Please let me know if it's bugging you guys. Dow mentions that Dr. Steve Turley noted at a recent summit, many previously supportive allies of the United States have decided it's better to distance themselves from the United States. Why is this audio messing with me today? Hang on one second, folks. I'm trying to fix this. Make it come out a little more clearly. Dr. Steve Turley is correct. We've seen that. And I'm really My microphone is just messing. Excuse me as I'm trying to fix that. I apologize. It was perfect before. Uh, I think it's really important. That's still buzzing. Hang on. Come on. So, this is what happens when you have a live show and I'm the only one who works on it. Give me 1 second, folks. Yeah, I apologize. 1, 2, 3. Yeah. So the audio was perfect before I started. Yeah, I'm trying. Happy life. Give me a second. I'm trying to fix that. Can you hear it better now? The mic was perfect when I started, and now it's giving me a little bit of a feedback. How's that, folks? Is that a little bit better? I think that should be better. I apologize if we're getting a little bit of feedback. I don't know what it is with the microphone. It was coming out perfectly before it started. Yeah, it's not the mic connection. That was fine. Okay, 1, 2, 3. Yeah, there it goes. So it sounds. I don't know what it is. It sounds perfect now. Uh, so it's about the same. I apologize that I have to do this live. There we go. Now it's perfect. Okay, good. I apologize. Again, it's a one-man show. I've been doing it for 17 years. This is the 5th season of doing this particular live stream every Sunday. So I apologize if there's some imperfections here. I don't have all the money of MSNBC. I don't have all the money of a CNN. It's just a one-man show. So I apologize for that. But I wanted to get into the problem is we lost all the confidence of our allies around the world, even as we are trying to get them involved in the conflict in the Ukraine-Russia war, in that regional conflict. Well, the problem is we just had a report that came out on Afghanistan. Okay, this is the Biden administration's review of their own actions in Afghanistan. And their answer is, well, this is Trump's fault. This is all Trump's fault. You can see that this is coming from NBC. NBC says Biden administration review of the chaotic withdrawal from Afghanistan is the blame of Trump. President Trump is the problem. Now you have to go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22. You have to go to the 23rd paragraph of the NBC News article to find out that the problem isn't Trump. Can you imagine that? You have to go 23 paragraphs in. They buried this deep, and our allies recognize that. Quote from the NBC article, quote, but the agreement with Afghanistan also gave the U.S. the right to withdraw from the accord if the Afghan peace talks failed. So we had Joe Biden said, hang on a second. Sorry, I'm getting comments here. The thing that's really weird is that we're hearing from the Joe Biden administration when they reviewed themselves, which is already biased. This is an independent group looking at it, because every independent organization that looked at the withdrawal from Afghanistan in 2021, that abandoned 5,000 Americans in Afghanistan to this day, not one of them said that this was all Joe Biden's fault, and it was a complete failure. That's a fact. But when Biden looked at it for himself, when they judged themselves and gave themselves a grade, the answer is, well, it's President Trump's fault. President Trump wasn't in office in 2021. President Trump didn't give the orders in March, in May, in July, in August. He didn't give those directions to the Army and the United States military to abandon Afghanistan, to abandon 5,000 Americans. Our allies know this for a fact. And they know that Joe Biden is playing politics again with the lives of our American citizens and the world. And they're saying, Joe Biden's saying, well, I had no choice except the very agreement he's saying he could not break is the very agreement that told him he didn't have to do it. And NBC, in the 23rd paragraph of their article, admit that. In the 23rd paragraph, they say, but the agreement gave the United States the right to withdraw from the accords to abandon Afghanistan if the peace talks failed, and they did. This is Joe Biden's fault. You can't blame this on Trump. You may blame a lot of things on Trump. You can't say what happened in Afghanistan was because of President Trump. The U.S. was to remove all their forces by May 1st. Biden pushed the withdrawal to September, but declined to delay further, saying it would prolong a war that had long needed to end. So here's the thing that's really weird. So we're hearing from the Biden administration, who was in complete control in 2021. They did change they're saying that President Trump made a deal to leave Afghanistan, but they changed the deal to leave Afghanistan from May 1st to September. So they had the power to change the deal. Inside the deal, it said the deal is null if there isn't peace talks. They ignore that part. They ignore the fact that they did make changes to it. And then they say, well, we couldn't change it because he already made the deal. Does that make sense to anyone? Because it doesn't make sense. Because it's nonsensical. It's saying at one hand, we can't do anything even though we are doing things. So he's lying. And NBC knows it. NBC knew it because they buried this in the 23rd and 24th paragraphs of their article. Because they knew you wouldn't read that far, that you wouldn't pay attention to that. They wanted you to hear Trump is a bad guy. Trump made a mistake. Trump cost American lives. And that's a lie. The 13 Americans that died because of the attack by the Taliban, the 2 British soldiers and civilian that died because of that attack, that's all on Biden. That's the Biden-Harris administration and General Mark Milley. And you don't have to be a fan of President Trump. You don't have to be a Republican or a conservative to recognize that. Look, the ultimate control of the commander-in-chief lies in whoever's sitting in the White House. That's Joe Biden. He made the orders. He made the plans. He did it. And at the end of the day, and you'll notice in this entire article, not once will they mention that on September 1st of 2021, Joe Biden lied to the American people. They want to emphasize, oh, well, we got more people out of Afghanistan through airlifts than has ever happened in the history of mankind. Yeah, and the American government, Joe Biden, Kamala Harris, they left behind more Americans in dangerous enemy territory than has ever happened before in the history of mankind. Oh, they admit that part. They omit the fact that there are still Americans there. They don't want to talk about that. That's how non-biased, non-partisan this review was. Now, this is important because our allies do not trust us. They do not trust Joe Biden or Kamala Harris or the Democratic control like General Milley in our government. They do not trust that. And you're right, Dow. They did say that the buck stops with Joe Biden, but it doesn't seem to. Because when we look at this, now, John Kirby has come out and said for the Biden administration, in 2021, he said, well, you know what? There's chaos in Afghanistan. And today, he's saying, oh, there is no chaos. I didn't see a thing. According to the article, and I'm quoting here, an article from today about the withdrawal, about the route, let's call it. We didn't withdraw from Afghanistan. We ran away. Joe Biden ran away from Afghanistan. He ran away from the Taliban, a couple thousand guys with a bunch of handguns. And on August 24th, 2021, John Kirby described the withdrawal as chaotic, saying that there was a physical crush and chaos. And today, he's saying, well, there's no chaos. Even though 13 American soldiers died, even though 5,000 Americans were left behind, he has said, this is John Kirby saying, for all this talk of chaos, I don't see it. Not from my perch. At one point during the evacuation, there was an aircraft taking off full of people, Americans and Afghans alike, every 48 minutes, and not one mission was missed. What about all the Afghans that were hanging onto American planes as they took off, falling to their deaths? Did we all forget about that? Did we forget about the people who were so desperate to leave, they thought that they could hold on to a jet plane and fell hundreds of feet to their death? But that's not important. Let's not talk about that. Let's not talk about the fact that even though we had airplanes taking off every 48 minutes, 13 American soldiers died and 5,000 Americans were left in Afghanistan to this day. Let's not talk about that. Let's not talk about the fact that on September 1st, 2021, Joe Biden spoke to the American people and said there were 100 Americans left in Afghanistan, and over the next year alone, 800 Americans were able to be recovered. He lied to the American people to your face. He lied to our allies. That's important. And here they are trying to cover that up and say, no, everything went fantastic. You know how bad this was? It's so bad and so obvious a lie that even The Atlantic, a far left news organization, said, how could you not see the chaos? How can you lie and say that this was not a complete failure? Emma Salisbury is writing an article for the far left, reported yesterday, and said, how could you not see this? How can you lie to the American people? We all knew this is true. And she was working in London at the time. That tells us something. This is why no one trusts the Biden-Harris administration. They're playing politics on something that everyone in the world saw. And it showed a weakness. And again, it continues to show that the Biden-Harris administration is weak on foreign policy, which is why we saw Russia, immediately after Afghanistan, Russia went into the Ukraine. Taiwan was being threatened by China. We have seen an escalation around the world. Iran started funding global terror. This has all been a result of what happened in Afghanistan because the Biden administration screwed up and they're not willing to say they made a mistake. And that's why we're seeing this get worse and worse. And even the left, even the far left, have to admit this. They have seen it. Let me go back to some of the comments here. Dow says it was Joe Biden saying that the buck stops with him was a lie to show him trying to show strength and try to hide the fact that he was responsible for this. User has been banned. Hello, user. Thank you for being with us today. The average person today appeals to authority. So the average voter will believe them when they contradict themselves, and they use all the experts to do that. That's right. So Biden's trying to convince voters today that he's a strong president, that he's got everything under control, and nothing was his fault. It's only President Trump's fault. Don't vote for President Trump in 2024. I mean, it's that obvious that all they have to say is, President Trump's the guy who got all those Americans killed. The reason why there's 5,000 Americans in Afghanistan is because of President Trump. Don't vote for him. This is all about the 2024 election. This is an election campaign tactic. And it's using your tax dollars for it, and it's lying to our allies around the world, telling them, no, Joe Biden's strong. He's going to protect you. Don't mind the fact that he got rid of all those American citizens in Afghanistan. Don't think about the fact that he left 10,000 Americans in the Ukraine during a war. Don't worry about that. We'll protect our allies. No, we won't. No, we won't. And we know it, even the far left. And when you think about it, what happened because of what happened in Afghanistan? Again, this is happening overseas, but it's affecting us here. You see, not only did Joe Biden leave those Americans in Afghanistan, he kept adding to the problem. Remember when Joe Biden decided to trade Brittany Griner for Victor Bout? Remember, she was the WNBA basketball entertainer who was convicted of and admitted to the crime in Russia, that she brought drugs into Russia, which she admits. She brought drugs into Russia so that she could use them because she thought she was above the law in another country. Whether or not you love Russia or not has nothing to do with it. The fact that we are involved in a war with Russia has nothing to do with it. She committed a crime. She admits she committed the crime. She got convicted of the crime. Now, you may not agree with the sentence she received, but she's a criminal. And she's a self-admitted criminal. That's Brittany Griner. And to get Brittany Griner back home, because she's black and lesbian and a woman, there it goes. So to get Brittany Griner back, Joe Biden traded and freed no one else other than Victor Bout. Victor Bout is the guy you saw, the Merchant of Death. Remember that movie, The Lord of War, by Nicolas Cage? That's this guy. This guy who is responsible for promoting regional wars throughout Africa. Victor Bout went to Africa and he helped increase the wars in Sierra Leone. He's the guy who's responsible for Central African republics, the Congo and the Sudan and Libya and Angola, and giving guns to Al-Qaeda. Can you imagine that? Do you know how many people he's responsible for having killed in the world? And Joe Biden released him so he could have an entertainer, a basketball player who was guilty of a crime, and he got her back because of the politics, because of an election, because he wanted to look good with the LGBTQAI++ toaster contingent, because he wanted them to look good in 2022, and he wanted them to vote Democrat. Oh, he gave up one of the worst arms dealers in the world. And the reason why I bring that up is because Victor Bout is free again, and I can't prove it, but what do we see? 74 Nigerians were killed because of conflict in the region. Because we've seen that 44 civilians are dead in Burkina Faso. And that's in part because Joe Biden handed the keys to the Taliban, to the prison that held Al-Qaeda and ISIS. ISIS is back. Al-Qaeda is back. 5,000 of those terrorists were released because of Joe Biden, not President Trump. President Trump didn't give the keys to the Taliban. Joe Biden did. Joe Biden gave them the keys. He gave them a base. He gave them weapons. He gave them ammunition. And they released the ISIS and Al-Qaeda. And he released the Merchant of Death. And what we have seen is throughout Africa, we have seen wars increase. We have seen coup attempts. We have seen ISIS in Africa. We've been talking about Burkina Faso for about a year now on this channel. We have been telling you about it. The mainstream media doesn't want to talk about this. The Guardian knows it's happening. The United Kingdom's talking about it. Pakistan's talking about it. India's talking about it. The United States, oh, it doesn't happen. That tells you something. That tells you what is important to the Biden-Harris administration. What's important to them is winning an election, whether it's 2024 or 2022. They are concerned about winning an election. They don't care about the people that are being harmed. Let me go back to some of the comments. Again, if you disagree with anything that I am saying, if you disagree with the opinions that I am put forth, that's fine. Call into 607-242-9247. Tell me why you think I'm wrong. Let's talk about the evidence. Don't tell me that I'm ugly. Don't tell me that I'm old. Let's talk about the evidence. If you think Joe Biden has done a great job, let's talk about the evidence and find out why. Because this is the evidence I can show you how he has failed both the United States and the world. And this is the reason why the world doesn't trust us. So going to the comments, Dow says that this demonstrates the cognitive dissonance that basically tries to will confidence into the broken political system in desperation in spite of the observable evidence. Yeah, I agree. They're lying to our faces. Joe Biden and the media that supports him are lying to our face, telling you everything's okay in Africa. Don't pay attention to it. It has nothing to do with Joe Biden and the fact that he released 5,000 prisoners of ISIS into the world, that he gave up and released the merchant of death to give weapons to ISIS and Al Qaeda in Africa and around the world. And if you're an American, you're sitting back going, well, that doesn't affect me. Those terrorists are trying to come into America. Remember, we have an open border under the Biden-Harris administration. In 2022, 98 suspected terrorists and known terrorists were caught entering America through the southern border. 98. Think about that. Joe Biden in 2021 releases those prisoners. In 2022, they sweep through Africa, and through Africa, they try and come into America, going to South America, coming up through our southern border, and we have caught them trying to commit assassinations of elected officials in the United States. You think that's going to endanger your life? Do you think that the same assassins, these terrorists that want to see America dead, regardless of whether you're a progressive or not, in fact, maybe because you're a progressive, because you believe in LGBTQ rights, maybe because you believe in women's rights, ERA, the terrorists in Al Qaeda and ISIS and the Taliban, they don't believe in those things. They want you dead because you believe in LGBTQ, because you believe in women's rights. They want you dead. That's what the Ayatollah of Iran says every single day, and has been saying that since 1980. And this is what Joe Biden has done. I want you to understand that reality. Let me go on with the comments. Dow says, it's understandable, not excusable, but understandable. The loss of confidence in established systems means painful changes and hardship for the average person dealing with the anxiety. User has been banned says, meanwhile, isn't there an American soldier still locked up in Russia? Maybe a few, actually there's several, including a former United States Marine who has declared himself innocent, who has no evidence against him, and he is in prison. But the basketball player, well, she's back with the WNBA making a couple $1 million. She's doing fantastic. Africa is now having civil wars that didn't exist before. She's playing basketball and she's happy as hell. And we have Americans that are still in jail. That's the Biden-Harris administration. This is what our allies around the world are seeing. And they're saying, wait a minute, why would you release the merchant of death? Why would you release terrorists that have been trying to kill people in America and around the world and are trying to kill people in the European Union, in the United Kingdom? They're trying to kill people in the Middle East. They are killing people. Why would you do that? Just to win an election? I can't trust that. Dow goes on to say, this has been largely foreign in modern society to see these kind of things, to abandon these kind of people. So it's true. These are all facts that are happening, and we can point to evidence of this over and over again. That we have seen the evidence, and our allies are having less confidence. Think about this. In South Korea, they were identified that these secret documents that were leaked from the United States, that they were spying on that the United States was spying on our allies in South Korea. According to April 9th, South Korea to discuss issues raised from the leaked documents with the United States. So, the New York Times ran the story first, and they stated that the internally top Korean officials are worried that the United States is using the weapons being bought from South Korea, and they're going to be used to support the Ukraine because the Ukraine is failing. That's a fact. Now you say, well, Mike, why does that matter? Because South Korea is militarizing, because Japan is militarizing. South Korea is going from the 7th largest weapons manufacturer in the world to the 4th. We aren't getting these weapons donated. No, our war effort in the Ukraine, we're paying for this. Taxpayers, you and I, the American citizens, are paying to buy weapons in South Korea so that we can send them to the Ukraine. And we're throwing away, we're embarrassing our allies in South Korea for actually selling us the weapons. How do you think they feel about that in South Korea? The same people that Kamala Harris has insulted multiple times. Every time she's gone to South Korea, she has embarrassed the United States and insulted the South Koreans as they are being threatened by North Korea with over 90 missiles being shot at South Korea. Do you think this makes them feel more confident about the Biden-Harris administration or less confident? Do you think they're less likely to help us or more likely? Because I think it's less. And that's why they don't have confidence. They don't trust us. Japan doesn't trust us. That's why Japan is building its own army with $325 billion, because they believe war is going to happen within about 5 years. It's why we see South Korea building up their weapons manufacturing to be the 4th largest in the world. And nobody trusts the Biden-Harris administration. It's so bad that we are seeing, it's so bad that we have seen France. France has now thrown the United States under a bus. Again, this isn't news you're going to be seeing in the United States, but this is important. We now saw, it just happened. President Macron of France just took the side of China instead of the United States. They're saying that the United States is wrong and bad. In effect, Biden-Harris have failed and they cannot run the war in the Ukraine. There is no reason to support them, nor to support our ally, Taiwan. This is what he said. I want to quote him. So what he said is there is a great risk for following the United States, that Europe should not follow the United States. And Xi Jinping, the Chinese Communist Party of China, they're enthusiastic. They love France. They're saying France is doing great because France is saying they're not going to support Joe Biden. They're not going to support the United States. And they're not going to support Taiwan. To quote Macron, the paradox would be that overcome with panic, we believe we are just America's followers. The question Europeans need to answer, is it in our interest to accelerate a crisis on Taiwan? No. The worst thing would be to think that Europeans must become followers on this topic and take our cue from the United States agenda and Chinese overreaction. This is news you're not hearing in the United States. This is a conversation CNN, MSNBC, ABC, they do not want you to think about. They want you to think Joe Biden is large and in charge, that he's the boss. No, France is trying to turn Europe against the United States, against the Biden-Harris administration. It's as obvious as what he just said. Don't follow the United States. Don't let Joe Biden lead. They have no trust. And they're willing to take the side of China instead of America. You cannot tell me that the Biden-Harris administration hasn't failed any larger than that. They saw what happened in Afghanistan. They saw what Joe Biden did to Americans in the Ukraine. They saw what Joe Biden did with ISIS and Al-Qaeda, and that how this has made the world more deadly and more dangerous. And rather than follow Joe Biden's lead about Taiwan, they decided, okay, we'll take China's side. That's a problem. That's a major problem. Let me go to the comments because I know there's a couple of comments about this. Dow mentions that South Korea is going to hold the country at arm's length because of our current administration's lunacy and chaos. Yeah, South Korea doesn't care. South Korea is pushing away the Americans. These are our allies. We have a war that's still ongoing with North Korea. South Korea is saying we're going to go on our own. We can't trust the United States. Users have been banned says, when we paid for the United States have paid for the defenses of Europe and the rest of the world for how long? And France is surrendering after we helped them in World War II, after we stepped in and saved their butts in Vietnam. Oh yeah, now they're giving up. But there's a bigger issue here. The bigger thing, and this is dangerous to America as well as the world. There are more terrorists free in the world today than before Joe Biden got in office. There are more threats to America and the world today than before Joe Biden got in office. That is a fact. It's indisputable. You can't argue that. The prisoners, 5,000, were released. ISIS, Al-Qaeda, and the Taliban. They were all released. ISIS and Al-Qaeda, they hate Europe. They hate Israel. They hate the United States. And it doesn't matter what your politics are. They don't care if you're a Democrat or a libertarian. They don't care if you're a communist. They don't care if you believe in LGBTQ rights. They don't care about trans rights. They don't care if you support those things. In fact, if you do, that makes you more of their enemy. They're not going to give you hugs just because you say they have a right to exist. They want you dead. And they are busy going through Africa. Hey, you believe in clean energy? Fantastic. You want those windmills? You want to have those electric cars? They're fighting in Africa right now to take that away from you. That's what they're doing. They're fighting in Africa right now to be able to use the money you're going to get for every windmill, for every solar panel, for every for sorry about that. For every lithium battery that you're going to pay for that comes out of Africa, ISIS is going to be in control. They're going to take that money and they're going to use it to increase the amount of terrorism in the world. And they're going to use that money and the position in Africa to enter the United States, to go into Mexico and come across our southern border, which is wide open, to try and attack American citizens. That's not something unusual. That's what's happening. That is the reality. So when people tell me, well, Mike, I don't pay attention to what's happening overseas, why not? This is how we get terrorists in the United States. Terrorists like the San Bernardino shooters, like the Fort Worth shooter. These are terrorists who come into the United States who have a plan to kill you, like the Orlando shooter. We see these terrorists. They exist. The Boulder shooter. See, not all gun violence is about whether or not you have a gun. A lot of this that we have seen over the last decade is about religion, about the terrorists. This is about terrorism. We have seen Islamic extremist terrorists that have come from other parts of the world. They come through our southern border. They come into the United States. They wait a year or two, and then they try and kill American citizens. We have seen this over and over again. Again, San Bernardino, Boulder, Colorado, Fort Hood, we have seen this multiple times. Orlando, that's what's happening. And it's happening, as much as it's happening here, it's happening 10 times more in France. Do you remember that there was the truck driver that ran over French Parisians? Do you forget the attacks that have happened in the United Kingdom? Do you forget that this increase in terror isn't just happening in America? It's happening way more often in Germany, in France, in the United Kingdom. And it's all because of what Joe Biden did. That he wants to blame on someone else. He wants you to blame Trump so that Joe Biden gets reelected. But the reality is, it's his decisions. He made those choices, not President Trump. Those were Biden's orders, General Milley's orders, not President Trump. And this is hurting you. You know, it's very upsetting. And Dow says Biden couldn't organize his way out of a well-marked and lit bathroom at this point, let alone navigate his way through a major conflict. And I have to agree with you, but here's the thing. We have 3 regional conflicts that are growing because of his actions with Victor Bout, because of his actions with Afghanistan, because of his actions with the Ukraine. We have now seen conflicts with Taiwan. We now see conflicts in the Middle East with Iran. We now have a conflict with Russia in the Ukraine and growing throughout Western Europe. We have problems, and they're all tied to Joe Biden. And the only answer that the Biden administration has is, don't think about it. It's not his fault. Blame someone else. Why do we see, is there any better reason to understand? And when we see that when the president of France, no matter whether you think, France has lost every war since Napoleon. France surrendered in World War II. France is not any serious world power in terms of military. But when France is trying to convince the rest of Europe that we should throw the United States under a bus, that's a problem. Because that is a problem for America in terms of our economy. That's a problem for America in terms of our safety. It's a problem because in the future, they're not going to back us. Biden's trying to get us into 3 wars. France is saying, no one's going to come to help you. This is a danger to NATO. No one else in the news media is taking the time to have this conversation with you. And again, if you think I'm wrong, I'm perfectly fine to hear you tell me why. I speak to Democrats and politicians across this nation for the last 15 years. If any of the elected officials, Democrat, Republican, or otherwise, wants to come on and say, Mike, you're wrong, you are missing something, please. Don't wait to talk to me in private. Don't wait until I'm off the program and have a conversation with me through email or phone calls or in person. Call in right now. Tell me why I'm wrong. I'm thick-skinned. I don't mind being wrong. In fact, I would like to be wrong, and you could convince me why the world is safer. But all the evidence is saying that's not true, and that's why these elected officials don't want to talk to you, and no matter where in the world you are. If you're watching this right now in India, Peru, Sweden, Switzerland, Germany, France, United Kingdom, Canada, Mexico, I know I have in Peru, I know I have an audience in all of this, Australia, New Zealand. Guess what? I'm not wrong. Your governments are saying this. Now, I want you to think about that, and I'm going to get to, and Dow brings up the female swimmer who wanted to have women's sports protected, and that the Biden administration, the aggressive trans movement, the political movement, held her, attacked her. And I do want to get to that, but I just wanted to understand. I want you to understand what's happening here, because China is, they're paying attention to what happened in France. They're paying attention to what's happening around the world. And if you thought they weren't going to attack Taiwan, they just held their second day of military drills, pretending to attack Taiwan. This is coming from the Financial Times. This is news that came out 7 hours ago, that they're trying to intimidate Taiwan. They are preparing Southeast Asia for a war. And again, that's why Japan is building a military. That's why South Korea is becoming the fourth largest arms dealer and manufacturer in the world. They're building up their weapons. They're building up their armies. It's why the Philippines is begging the United States to put back a base in the Philippines. It's why Guam is building up their missile defenses. Guam is building up missile defenses. It tells you what's happening. No one has confidence. The United States has failed. No one trusts the leadership. And now we are seeing the open and obvious response to that. And China is winning. China is taking the place of the United States as a leader around the world. They're becoming the superpower. They're becoming the cop of the world, because the Biden-Harris administration, Democrats, the progressive movement, have failed. Objectively, by every criteria, they have failed. And they are more concerned about power and winning an election than actually taking care of any of their responsibilities. If you think I am wrong, tell me why. I'm open to hear those arguments. If you think I've misunderstood the evidence, tell me why. But I want you to understand, and that's why we've taken the time to walk through this, so that you will understand what MSNBC, what CNN, what ABC, CBS, the New York Times will not tell you. They do not want you to think about this. They want you to just go along, obey, no questions, and keep the progressive movement in power. They're not looking out for your best interest. They're not trying to protect you. They're not even considering what happens next. I am. This channel is trying to prepare you, to let you know we have terrorists trying to enter America right now. Those terrorists were released by the Biden-Harris administration. That we have seen the world become more violent because of the actions of the Biden-Harris administration. It's not a question, it's a fact. And we see our allies, whether it be France or South Korea or Japan or Guam, they're all seeing this, and they're all reacting. I know it's not a fun conversation to have when we're looking at Easter, but it's important. It's important. And remember, the news media is burying this news. They are burying this, the evidence of this, the proof and the truth of this. They're burying it 23 paragraphs into an article. That's NBC News. NBC News knows the truth. They just don't want you to pay attention to it. Dow mentions that just mentioning it, the weakness of the American leadership and disorganization against its people, without domestic unity and cohesion, we as a nation are open and vulnerable to foreign exploitation and foreign invasion. That's true. You're right, Dow. We are opening ourselves up to the problem to come. Because when those regional wars happen, we believe it will happen within approximately 5 years. Approximately 2028, there will be a conflict in Southeast Asia. There will be a conflict in the Middle East. And all of those conflicts, including the ongoing conflict in Western Europe, they're all going to involve the United States. But we may not have allies with us. And if Biden or the progressives are in charge at that time, I don't know that we can survive it. when they're worried about politics more than they are about people, I don't know if we're going to be able to survive that kind of conflict. And if there's a progressive out there, if there's an elected Democrat that's out there, or any elected politician across America or the world that would like to tell me that I'm misunderstanding something, correct me now. Call in 607-242-9247. Tell me what I'm wrong. Tell me what I've missed. Tell me the evidence, the news article, the evidence that says this isn't the case. Don't tell me, well, John Kirby said there's no confusion, except he already said there is confusion. Don't tell me, well, we got all the Americans back home, because that's a lie too. And you know it, which is why the news media doesn't want to talk about Afghanistan. The reason why Joe Biden just came out in 2023 about a review that they did internally. Joe Biden looked at himself and said, I did a great job. Yeah? Show me the rest of the world that says that. They don't. This is the problem, and this will affect people in their homes. But that's not the only thing that's happening. Let's talk about what's happening domestically. We took some time to talk about what's happening internationally, this and how this affects you directly. And we're going to talk about, and this is also economic. Because if they're abandoning the United States, if France is taking the side of China, if they're trying to convince Europe to take the side of China, well then, where's our money going? What, they're trying to abandon us to back up China because they think China is going to win. And if they think China is going to win, they're going to do more business with China. Africa is doing business with China, not the United States. Even with Kamala Harris in Africa last week, we didn't get any deals. Not one deal was signed. No, there has been no improvement with trade with Africa. China's got the trade. They're doing fantastic. You're losing money, especially if you believe in green energy, especially if you believe in climate change. All the windmills, all the solar panels, all the electric batteries, you're paying China and communism, not the United States. No one's been honest with you about this. No one's looked at this and said, do you see what's happening? You're helping to fund ISIS because of the Biden administration. Think about that. You're helping to fund global terror because Joe Biden released the terrorists and let China take over. Do you think that's going to help you be more free? Do you think that China, who are willing to disappear the Uyghurs, people disappear in China because they're not communist, and you think that's going to help in the United States? You think that's going to help LGBTQ toasters in America? You think that's going to help women? Do you think that having more ISIS in the world, that's going to help any of the rights that you claim are being restricted here in the United States? Do you really think that? Okay, let's talk domestic. Let's talk about what's happening here in America. And I know, I'm sorry again for all of our friends who are watching us live on Rumble. I apologize, I can't see your comments, but please, you can reach us on Facebook, on Twitter, on YouTube, to leave your comments, and we'll be able to see it. Anyone can call in from anywhere in the world at 607-242-9247. By the way, if you have found this to be informative, please, if it's informative, educational, or even if you just like it for entertainment, just like listening to my voice, please like, share, and subscribe. That's all we ask of you. Like, share, and subscribe so that we can reach more people around the world, so that they can take part in this conversation, so that we can make things better. Because we believe on this channel, the more that you know, the better we can improve our government, the better answers we can get. Because obviously, not telling you the truth, not talking about these things, they're not helping the world. They're not helping anyone be safer. In fact, they're doing the exact opposite. And if you want to, You can donate $1.50. The link to our PayPal is on the screen. Okay. So let's talk about domestic. We can talk about Tennessee, the Tennessee shooter, the Democrats in Tennessee. Before I get to that, before we talk about that, give me a second. So before we talk about Tennessee, before we talk about the trans shooter, before we talk about the Democrat protest, the Democrat insurrectionist protest in Tennessee, it is by the definition given to us by Democrats, the protest in Tennessee was an insurrection. That's not my definition. That's not the way I look at it. That's the definition given to us by Democrats. Since January 6th, the definition of what an insurrection in a government is what I'm going to go by. And what happened in Tennessee, like many, many other protests by BLM and Antifa and Democrats across this nation, that is an insurrection. Not my definition, it's their definition. And I will prove that to you. But before we get to Tennessee, I want to go to, you know what's happening? We have some news in Texas. I don't know if people are paying attention to this, but Governor Greg Abbott is going to pardon Daniel Perry. Now, I know you may not remember this, but this is from 2020. Daniel Perry was assaulted. He was attacked by BLM in 2020. His car was surrounded by BLM activists in the middle of a road, not when he was on the street, not when he was down, parked in his car. He was driving down a highway, and BLM took over the highway, endangering their lives, surrounded his car, beat on his car, and a man, walked up to Daniel Perry. He had an AK-47, a Democrat, a progressive, carrying an AK-47, which was legal and is legal in Texas, walked up to the car and pointed his gun, his rifle, at Daniel Perry. Daniel Perry shot him. Now, some will say that that was self-defense. Some are going to tell you that that was just a racial attack. Notice, here's something. I didn't mention who's what race. I didn't tell you that a black man or a white man did that. I want you to think about it. A man who was driving down the road was suddenly surrounded by a protest in the middle of a highway. The protesters started beating on his car. One of the protesters, walked up with a rifle and pointed the rifle at him. He shot that protester. Given only that, where does race fall into it? Why is this a racial issue? Because the answer is, it's not racial. It has nothing to do with race. If I told you there was a black man who was in the car, that protesters were beating on the car with a black man in the car, and a white man with a rifle got shot, is that racial? Is that racist? What if you reverse the races? What if the white man's in the car and the black man's holding the rifle? Does that make it racist? Because if you tell me that if a black man's in the car and people are beating on his car, and a white guy with a rifle walks up to him and points it at him, if you tell me that's not racist, and if the black guy shoots him then, that's not racist, why is it racist if you reverse the races? If it's a white guy in the car and a black guy with the gun, why is that racist? Because it's not. The only thing that's racist in this is perhaps the way people are told the way they should look at it. If you're told that a white man in a gun shooting a black man who was threatening him is racist on the white guy's part, then there's something wrong with the way you're listening to that story. Now, regardless of whether you think this was fair or not, in a trial, Daniel Perry in Texas, a jury said he's guilty. The governor says he's not. And the governor is going to pardon him. Governor Abbott is going to pardon him because this was an obvious expression of self-defense. Straight up self-defense. It has nothing to do with race. Race has nothing to do with it, except race is the argument that has been made. Well, it's a white guy shooting a black guy. Sorry, that's not the important part, but that is what the news media, that's what the protesters, this is what the progressives have said. It's about race. It's not about race. They won't say, well, he was looking for a black person to shoot. No, that's not correct. He said he was upset with protesters in his neighborhood, that they were endangering his life and threatening him, scaring him, which is why he had a firearm to protect himself. Fair enough. But the end of the day of this entire discussion is really simple. The governor is allowed to pardon anyone of their crimes in their state. Period. Texas can pardon him. Texas is going to pardon this man. Just like New York State, the prosecutor of New York State pardoned 3,000 rioters, just like California and their prosecutors pardoned 2,000 rioters, like Portland, literally Portland, where they had an autonomous zone, and in Seattle, where they had autonomous zones, they pardoned thousands of people who took over property. They stole property. They kidnapped American citizens in their autonomous zones, like the Capitol Hill Autonomous Zone, sometimes called the Jazz, broke every law at the local, state, and federal level, were terrorists, were insurrectionists by definition, and they pardoned them. So in Texas, they're going to pardon one man, Daniel Perry. And the progressives are upset because it's racial. Well, that's racial. That's racist. It's no more racist than letting all the BLM. About 16,000 people in America were pardoned of arson. They were pardoned on murder, attempted murder. They were pardoned on accessories to a crime. They were pardoned for insurrection with creating autonomous zones. Over 16,000 people in America were pardoned. And the progressives are upset because one man in Texas is being pardoned for defending himself. For defending himself. Do you see the problem that we have in America right now? How the line is being divided over and over and over again? And we are being scared to death. We are being scared to death of what is happening in America on things that make no sense. Let me give you an example of what I mean. Because they want to terrify you. Did you hear about the Oklahoma shooting? Yesterday, the University of Oklahoma, April 7th, the message went out April 7th that there was an active shooter at the University of Oklahoma. It was news on Twitter. It was news in the mainstream media. They shut down the college. They had the police searching through. The kids in the college were told to stay in place, to lock down. That's what they were told. Lock down in place. In fact, here it is in Twitter. Representatives of Tennessee, the University of Oklahoma. There's an active shooter at the Van Vliet Oval. Take immediate action right now. Run, hide, fight. April 7th. This was at 11:15 p.m. It was at the end of the night. Not a lot of people paid attention to that. A lot of people noticed it. It was a lie. It was a scare tactic. You were being scared. Oh my God, there's another shooter. Oh, it's scary. It's terrifying. Yeah, it was a lie. Didn't happen. Wasn't a reality. Think about that. They wanted you to be terrified. They wanted you to be scared. And as it turns out, not real. Didn't happen. Even though they were telling you, oh, run, hide, fight. They were trying to let the kids know, oh, wasn't real. It was a scare tactic. It was meant to make you obey. Aren't you afraid of guns? Aren't you afraid of guns? And that's why we're talking about Tennessee. You're supposed to be afraid. You're supposed to be terrified. But remember, did you hear about this? Now, you may have heard about University of Oklahoma. And for a little while, you heard about Tennessee, the trans shooter in Tennessee. Did you hear about what happened in Florida? That a 12-year-old and a 17-year-old and a 16-year-old murdered 3 people. See, I want you to understand, why did they do that? Because of gangs. Perhaps I can say this better. Let me see if I can explain this better. Because I want you to understand, we went from Tennessee and the trans shooter, which isn't the first. It isn't unusual. It isn't unique. In fact, there are copycats, and this is something that's been happening at least since 2020. More and more trans shooters are showing up, and we'll explain that in Tennessee in just a minute. But I want you to think about this, what happened in Florida. Oklahoma, they scared you. Oh, there's a shooter. It's at a university. Not true. Lie. Oh, but a 12-year-old is involved in a gangland shooting in Florida. It's not national news. This is not a story that they want you to talk about. It's not a story they want you to think about. They don't want you to have any conversation. I want you to see this, and I want you to hear. This is from the sheriff of Marion County, talking about the 12-year-old and the 16-year-old, and they have now arrested a 16-year-old who were involved in this shooting. I want you to hear what they have to say here.
In an affray at the school.
It started, the question from the press is, how did this happen? Why did these kids shoot a bunch of other kids? Why did a 12-year-old, a 17-year-old get involved and shoot kids in Florida? It's because there are a bunch of gangs in our schools. Because 2 different gangs in schools were fighting. Going on.
Oh, that's what I call a light bulb coming on right there. Remember I just talked about minimizing and holding students accountable? Our school districts, not just here, I'm not going to point out just mine, school districts across this state and across this nation need to quit minimizing the actions of their students. Hold them accountable. That's where the failure is.
Think about what he just said here. The reason why a 12-year-old is involved in a gangland shooting with a 17-year-old is because of gangs in our schools. But if we're listening to progressives, the best answer that we have is social justice. Release them, don't have bail for them, reduce the crimes, reduce the penalty, because it's not their fault, because they're black. Does that help anyone? That is the answer we have been getting since 2020. Since 2020, we have reduced the number of armed guards in our schools. We have reduced the penalties for committing crimes, including murder, in the United States. We have released criminals with cashless bail, and we have waived dozens and dozens of different charges based on someone's color of skin. We have promoted critical race theory, and we have told them in our schools, white people, we've been teaching this to our kids, white people are evil, black people are victims, and the only person who can help you is the government, and the government is saying, don't punish them. And now we see children in gangs are killing other children. And the answer that we get from the progressives is, oh, well, then we have to get rid of guns. 12-year-olds can't get a gun. It's not legal for a 12-year-old to have a gun in any state in America. Whether or not you made the guns illegal, it was already illegal. The problem isn't the legality of the gun. In fact, let's go and listen. I want you to hear this. This is from the sheriff himself, because he's going to be asked by the news media, gee, but let's make guns illegal. Listen to this.
Sheriff, you mentioned the gun. Do we know how the suspects got a hold of the weapon?
Car burglaries.
How did they get the guns? They didn't buy the guns. They didn't register the guns. They didn't go through a background check. The red flag laws don't apply to 12-year-olds. The New York SAFE Act doesn't apply to 12-year-olds. The magazine ban did not apply. The ban on the types of firearms did not apply. Every single one of the gun laws you can think of do not apply to a 12-year-old. I want you to think about that for a second. Everything you have been told that will help gun control, none of it applies to a 12-year-old. Let's go on.
Yeah. Ain't that right? All the gun laws we got in place didn't prevent it, did it? Neither will any new ones.
I want to stop right there. Did you hear the sheriff? None of the gun laws in place, 22,000 gun laws, not one of them stopped a 12-year-old and a 17-year-old from committing murder. And none of the new gun laws are going to protect people either. This is coming from law enforcement going over a murder scene. I want you to think about it. And when he said that, I had to stop and think about it for a second. And this is why you're not hearing about this news story. It's why you're not hearing about Marion County. No one's talking about what happened in Florida. Even though there was 3 kids that were murdered, children were murdered. The reason why is because when you look at it, there isn't a single gun control law that Joe Biden and the progressives are pushing right now that stops a 12-year-old from doing what he just did. Because it is illegal already. He's not legal to own the gun, and they didn't. It's not a legally registered gun. And it's improper use of the firearm. There isn't no red flag laws, no New York State gun control, any of the gun control from California, all of the laws in Illinois, the gun bans in Delaware, none of it protects you. If there's a progressive out there that thinks I'm wrong, if there's a progressive out there, anyone in the elected office that wants to say, Mike, you just don't understand, please call in 607-242-9247. Please explain to me what gun law stops a 12-year-old in Florida from committing murder as they just did. Tell me how social justice is going to protect you. Tell me how cashless bail is going to protect you from what just happened in Florida. I really, really want to hear that. I want to understand how a gun ban is going to protect you from gang violence. The number one reason for black-on-black murder, the number one reason of black-on-black murder is gang violence, drug violence. How is that protecting anyone? Let me go back to some of the comments. So Dow says, I guess the feds finally found an easy group to target who is already nutty. They can convince and groom into doing this stuff. Look at Baltimore's idea to ban 25-year-olds from being charged with violent felonies, as they are to get the idea that progressives are trying to establish foot soldiers for a Maoist revolution with American characteristics. That's interesting. But when you think about it, guys, And Dow goes on to say, Baltimore is making the argument that adults are not biologically mature until they're 25, and under 25 should be considered minors and barred from being charged as adults for felonies. So let's go with that. The state of Delaware, progressives in Delaware, along with Joe Biden, they say that you're not 25. Rather, they say you're 25 and you're not an adult. Okay, which means if you're not an adult at 25, you can't vote and you can't join the military without your parents' permission, and you don't get to drink beer. Just 3 things to keep in mind. If you're not an adult, according to Delaware, then you don't get any of those things. You can't legally drink, you shouldn't be able to drive, and you can't have a firearm. Okay, so let's go with that. Does that stop the 12-year-old? No. That does not stop the 12-year-old in Florida from getting a gun and committing gang violence. That doesn't happen. So that didn't protect anyone. Let's say, okay, and they say that if you're under 25, you can't register to own a gun. Well, the 12-year-old and the 17-year-old, they didn't register to own the guns. So they broke the law. So having the law, which exists in Florida, to restrict kids from having guns, to enforce restrictions and registration of the guns, and to have permits to have guns, they broke the law. They broke the law. Every single one of the laws that you are being told by Joe Biden, by Nancy Pelosi, Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, Cory Bush, Adam Schiff, Chuck Schumer, Kirsten Gillibrand, you pick your progressive, Hakeem Jeffries, they've all told you that if we just pass another law, you're going to be safe. That if we just have social justice and lower the amount of penalties for committing these crimes and cashless bail, you're going to be safe. That is what is being said to you since 2020. How does any of that protect you from what just happened in Florida? How does that protect you from the trans shooter? Think about it. How does that protect you in Tennessee? How did that protect you in Florida? It doesn't. The media wants you to go through this so fast, and they want you to forget so much that they never stop to take the moment and say, okay, what if we did put in, Joe Biden said we have to have red flag laws. They will protect you. How? A 12-year-old killed a kid. How does red flag laws protect you? Because the 12-year-old can't legally have a gun. It doesn't protect you. The 7-year-old was not legally able to have that gun. How does it protect you? Especially if you're black. The 83% of all homicides in America for the last decade, at least, black on black violence is 83% of all the homicides of black people in America. This doesn't stop any of it. Does that not make sense to people? All the gun control, all the hype, the false notifications, like in the University of Oklahoma, do not make you safe. They're not protecting you. Oh, and by the way, Delaware says, well, you have to be 25. You're not an adult until you're 25. The trans shooter in Tennessee was 28. So I want you to think about it. I want you to think about it. That none of this is protecting anyone. That everything that they have said to you is not factually, demonstrably, empirically, it is a lie. It has failed. It will never make you safe. It is meant to give you the feeling of safety, but not actually safe. Whether it's social justice, racial justice, whether it's changing to cashless bail, whether it's lowering the penalties for crimes, whether it's gun control, trying to remove the Second Amendment, none of that is making you safe. Not one thing is helping people, especially if we're talking about black on black crime. which they do not want to talk about. They always want you to think of white on black crime. They want you to think of what happened in Texas with Daniel Perry. And Daniel Perry is the bad guy because he's white, not the fact that he was being threatened by an AK-47 held by a black man, which is legal in Texas. But they don't want you to think about that. And they definitely don't want you to think about Tennessee. And they definitely don't want you to think about what happened in Florida. Let me go back to some of the comments. Again, if you think I'm wrong, I'm happy to hear this. I want to hear what you think. Dow says the crazy is palpable. The user has been banned says, when I was 5, I wanted to be an astronaut with a pet dinosaur. Oh, I demanded to be able to start a moon base, funded to affirm my astrogender. That's funny. Dow says, with constitutional carry now in Florida is being combated now by businesses restricting care on their premises. This naturally leads to more arms being left locked in vehicles. So gun control is again leading to an uptick in criminals and crime and fails at actually securing the population. I agree, but let's think about this. Again, can someone tell me, anyone, especially elected officials, especially if you're a progressive, anywhere in the United States, can you tell me what law exactly, what law being proposed right now or already in effect stops a 12-year-old and a 17-year-old from committing murder as they did in Florida? It's a real simple question. What is the law that will stop them from committing murder? These children from killing other children? It's not a tough question. The funny thing is, no one will answer it. And when we listen to this sheriff in Florida, he gives us that answer. He's telling us. Let's continue to hear what he had to say about this.
Because here's the fact. The bad guy is going to get a gun no matter what law you have put in place. These juveniles shouldn't even possess a handgun. But they did. And I'll go back to you, add your question. A simple burglary, as some people will say, but I don't consider anything simple when it comes to a burglary. The law allows me, I'll plaster their face up on this page, up on my page, up on media. I will hand it out if the law allows me, because parents have the right to know who their kids are hanging out with.
Think about that. So what the sheriff is saying, and what he just said to the American people, which is not being broadcast across America, parents should be involved with their kids and know who those kids are in their high school, in their college, in their school. The parents should be able to be aware and know what's going on in their schools, which progressives have told us you can't do. The Biden administration took Merrick Garland and told him to investigate parents, to have the FBI investigate parents for asking to know what's going on in their schools, to be aware of what's happening with their children. And in all the investigations, and over a year, not one parent has been arrested by the FBI. Hundreds have been investigated by Merrick Garland. He has been keeping the FBI busy tracking down and investigating and trying to criminally charge parents. Has not succeeded once. But in doing that, the Biden-Harris administration have allowed children to join gangs because parents don't know what's going on at the schools. Because schools are more busy trying to convince kids that they are trans or that they are gay. They are so busy trying to introduce sex and sexuality to children, they're not paying attention to the gangs that are surrounding our schools. And our kids are joining the gangs and they're killing each other. And there isn't a single law that stops this. Social justice doesn't work. It's that simple, folks. And the news media sees this and says, we're not going to tell you about that. Where's the national news coverage? Where's the national media coverage and the conversation happening in America right now, trying to ask the question, why did this 12-year-old kill other kids? Why is it that this 12-year-old could kill? Why aren't parents being told about this? Why aren't parents being told? This isn't new. We saw in Loudoun County what happened. The schools knew that there was a student who was sexually assaulting other students. And rather than tell the parents, they decided to hide the story, hide the newspapers, hide it from the newspapers, and send the kid to another school where that Loudoun County criminal assaulted another girl and has been since convicted on both cases. But the news media didn't want to tell you about it. The Biden administration was upset with the father who said, "Why are you covering this up?" The news media doesn't want you to think about this. They don't want you to stop and say, wait a minute, Joe Biden just told me that if we have red flag laws, our kids will be safe. No, they're not. Florida has red flag laws, not safe. They've told us that if we have gun bans, you're going to be safe. Doesn't happen. No evidence of that. Does not happen. That if we just add more gun laws, you're going to be safe. Doesn't happen. If we raise the age limit of being an adult, that you'll be safe. The trans shooter in Tennessee was 28. They're lying to you over and over again. If you think I'm wrong, tell me. Show me the evidence that says that these gun laws are working. Show me the evidence where they have protected kids, where they have lowered the black on black crime rate, where they have lowered the crime in the 22 Democratic cities across America where we have seen crime skyrocket. Show me where the social justice and the cashless bail has actually wound up reducing violent crime. Show me the evidence. Because when you ask for evidence, like Kathy Hochul was asked for evidence, I was talking about this with the Liberty First Foundation on Friday at our Friday roundtable. When Kathy Hochul was asked in 2022, do you have any evidence that concealed carry holders are dangerous, that they're more criminal or likely to commit a crime than any gang or anyone else? Her answer is, I don't need evidence. They don't have evidence. They have feelings. That's it. And they're telling you that Joe Biden's feelings, the feelings of progressives like Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez or Cori Bush or Anna Presley, Nancy Pelosi, Chuck Schumer, that Adam Schiff, their feelings are going to protect you. Do you feel protected? Let me ask you, do you feel safe? Let me go back to some of the comments here. So, Dow says, let's see. Yusuf Ban says, the school officials should be investigated. Schools have for decades made kids take drugs through overdiagnosis of depression, ADHD, and anxiety, and now the gender issue. They've destroyed more kids than anyone. I think it's true. But I think there's a lesson to be heard here in that we are seeing the evidence in front of us. And the news media, the national news media, doesn't want to talk about this. They do not want people to think about this. This is not a story that has been told. They don't want you to hear about this. They do not want you to think about this. I want to show you this, and this is in the story. The 12-year-old and the 17-year-old confessed to shooting one of the victims found in the trunk, a girl, was found in the trunk of a vehicle. They shot her and put her in the trunk of a vehicle, it appears. That's it. They can't talk about it. Law enforcement got involved. The 12-year-old was arrested on March 31st by Alcala police. 17-year-old was arrested Thursday that just passed. Juveniles are not being held accountable for their actions. We know we need to hold them accountable and then hope that we can change them. They deserve the full extent of the law. Why does a sheriff have to say that he has to hope that we will use the law to the full extent? This is coming from NBC. This is NBC's local coverage, not national. Local NBC News. This is NBC Channel 6. NBC's Channel 6 for Southern Florida is the only one that's covering this. That this isn't national news. And the police have to pray that they will be able to enforce the law about gangs, kids joining gangs and killing other kids. Because social justice. Because progressive politics, because you feel like gun control will make you safe. If I were a black parent, I'd be terrified for my kids today. Gangs are growing. The FBI, the Department of Justice, they're busy trying to punish parents for being involved in their kids' lives. School teachers are busy trying to introduce sex and sexuality to our kids rather than trying to teach them. So you have the parents are being attacked. The teachers are busy trying to indoctrinate kids into sexualities and into sexual practices. And gangs are sitting there going, hey, this is the best time for us. Let's go and get some kids. And when all of that fails, when all of that goes wrong, then we get a shooting, like the trans shooting in Tennessee. And think about this. No one's talking about the trans shooting in Tennessee anymore. We're not having that conversation. The news media does not want to talk about the trans shooting. They have completely ignored the trans shooting in Tennessee. The media has moved on. I mean, they didn't want to tell you that this is a growing issue. See, in July 2020, in Colorado, there was a teen who got arrested for a Colorado shooting. A trans teen in Colorado, 2020. This is reported by Reuters. They don't want you to remember that. I bet you didn't remember that. That one of the shooters in Colorado, yeah, they were trans. You know what they don't want you to think about? And this had to be reported in overseas. In Colorado, again, in a new case, in 2023, 3 years later, we have a 19-year-old trans who just got arrested because they wanted to shoot up 3 schools. They had plans to go in and try and push and kill students in 3 different schools, just like we saw in Tennessee. That didn't make national news, did it? No one wants to talk about the fact that there was yet another trans individual who was dissatisfied with the promise they were told about their life being perfect if they changed. It wasn't, and they're lashing out. Now, I'm not telling you that every trans person is going to do that. I'm not saying that. In fact, I say the exact opposite. I don't think all of them will. I think it's a very, very small percentage. But it's a percentage that's increasing. It's a number that is increasing because we have seen it in 2020, 2023, twice now. And they only have to succeed once, except they're succeeding more than once because they are planning for months, just like we see as reported in Colorado, as being reported by the Daily Mail. The major news media did not want you to talk about it. In fact, the mainstream news media doesn't want you to talk about Tennessee. Did you guys notice that? Did you notice that we stopped talking about Tennessee? We stopped talking about the trans shooter. In fact, we stopped talking about the Tennessee shooter at all. The discussion in Tennessee has nothing to do with the school shooting, the kids that were murdered, or anything about the gun control. That's all gone. No one's talking about 3 9-year-olds were killed. We can't talk about that because the shooter happened to be trans. Why can't we talk about it? Because the story's absolutely changed now. It's no longer about the trans shooter. Now it's about gun control. We got to talk about gun control. I want you to think about this. The conversation this is from the St. Louis Dispatch. The St. Louis Post-Dispatch. It came out about a day ago. And they are upset, not about the fact that 3 9-year-old children were killed. That's not their problem. They are not upset about that. They are upset because Republicans protested and are upset, that Republicans are upset that Democrats broke Tennessee law and had a minor insurrection in the capital of Tennessee. They are mad at Republicans for upholding the law. This is the St. Louis Post-Dispatch. Their editorial board is angry over racism that they're alleging, not the law, not executing the law as is, not about the Tennessee shooter, not about the 3 9-year-olds that died. None of that matters to them. The only thing that's important is 2 Democrats were removed from office for breaking Tennessee law. Can you imagine that's the conversation in America right now? That the news media is upset because Republicans enforced the law. They're not worried about the kids that died. They don't care about the trans shooter or why the trans shooter did what they did or what could be done to protect the children. Even as we have copycats in Colorado, they don't care about any of that. They're upset that Republicans dare to enforce the law. Did you hear about this in the news? Did you think about it for a second? Did the news take the minute and a half to explain to you what I just explained? That politicians in Tennessee are more upset about enforcing the law equally as the law is written than 3 dead children or the trans shooter or trying to stop the trans shooter. That's the conversation they want you to have in America today. Graham, happy Easter. Thank you for calling in, for showing up today. I thank you for being with us from California. Let me go back to some of the other comments here. I'm going back a little bit. I know I was talking a bit there. User has been banned says the school officials should be investigated. Schools have for decades made kids take drugs. Oh, I did mention this already. Okay. User's ban goes on to say, well, we know who's getting a deal and who will get the hardest. Where's the manifesto from the Tennessee shooter? They aren't done editing it yet. Well, yet to be seen, but. Well, and user has been banned says, well, this is going to give them a way to say mental checks for buying guns won't just be suicidal people on red flag laws. But what's a dangerous mental state? Who gets to decide? That they only care about virtue signaling and they don't care about anything else. Again, I am open if you do not agree with the Second Amendment. Okay, I have a different view. If you don't like the Second Amendment, please tell me why. If you think getting rid of the Second Amendment will make you safe, will make our kids in schools safe, please call in. If you think the argument in Tennessee is about racism because of what happened to the 3 Democrats in the Tennessee legislature, and that's more important than the 3 dead children in Tennessee, please call in 607-242-9247. The phone line is wide open. Anyone can call in from anywhere in the world. Or you can leave me a comment here on YouTube, on Twitter, on Facebook, on DLive, and on Rumble. I know I can't see the Rumble comments right now, but I will look back on them. But tell me, if you think that the bigger issue is racism for enforcing the law, let's think about that. Again, this is something that the newspaper isn't trying to let you think about. The St. Louis Post-Dispatch editorial board is more concerned about the way the law was enforced. Republicans in Tennessee legislature reached a new political low on Thursday with their decision to expel 2 black members for having participated in an anti-gun protest following the March 27th deaths of 3 children and 3 adults in Nashville. As if blind to racial implications, they narrowly let the white member keep their seat. Apparently, the protest inside the Tennessee House chamber hit a nerve. It's illegal. It is insurrection. By definition, in Tennessee, it is a crime that these elected officials broke the law. Let's start there. Tennessee, St. Louis Dispatch tends to omit and forget this was a crime, that these lawmakers committed insurrection, legally committed insurrection. That is a fact. They don't want to tell you the fact. They don't want to talk about the fact. They don't want to think about the fact. The St. Louis Post board, their editorial, wants you to focus on racism. It's about racism. What about the children? What about the fact that the red flag laws didn't work? What about the fact that the gun control laws did not work? That the trans shooter killed 3 children? And that the part of the reason why the trans shooter did that is because they admitted and told us and the rest of the world they did it because they were upset they had no future, that all the promises they were made about changing themselves did not improve their life. And that led them to seek suicide by cop, and to get that, they killed children. That's the important news. Or if we must speak about what happened in the Tennessee legislature, let's talk about the fact that they are criminals. The lawmakers broke the law and committed insurrection by being in the Capitol, in the legislature, actively protesting. That is a crime. And the very same St. Louis editorial board that wants to tell you that January 6th was absolutely devastating, it was the worst thing that could have happened in America, are telling you when Democrats do the same thing, I'm sorry, that's not serious. It's not serious. Even though it's breaking the same laws according to the interpretation of the St. Louis board, the editorial board, they are breaking the same underlying law according to them, but because the Democrats did it, it's okay. And Republicans are bad guys. Republicans are racist. Because they don't want you to think about, oh, by the way, this is all about a trans shooter killing kids. Let's not talk about that. We don't want to talk about that. Racism. The conversation's racism. Don't talk about trans shooting. Don't talk about gun control and its failure. Don't talk about trans shooters and the promises that have failed them. Don't talk about that. Let's talk about racism. Because, white people are evil and Republicans are evil. Do you think I'm wrong? Does anyone think I am wrong in the argument I am making here. User has been banned says the first school shooting was in the 1960s, I think. That was stopped by other students who were armed because it was common for people to just be armed. I think, user has been banned, you're talking about the shooting at Texas. I think it's the University of Texas. Shooting in 1968, I believe. The tower shooting in Texas. That wasn't the first school shooting, but it was one of the most popular, and it was one of the more deadly ones. I believe the first school shooting was in, well, the largest attack on children was in 1958, as I recall, which was actually a bombing. A former teacher, I think a former principal, bombed a school. Matter of fact, I think it was 1912, if I remember correct. But that was a bombing. So there have been worse. User has been banned, says, and the worst attack on the school was done with dynamite. Yes, and has the highest count. That's correct. I believe that was the 1912 attack. 1927, I stand corrected. Andrew Kohei, May 18th of 1927, blew up the school. Yeah, in Bath Township, Michigan. 44 were killed. That's true. It is the deadliest attack on a school in U.S. history. Yes. But think about it. If we were to worry about that today, they'd be talking about, well, what was all their races? Race is more important than death. Think about it. When we see Kamala Harris, the second highest elected office in America, Kamala Harris went from Ghana, left Africa, and came back over to America, and immediately went to Tennessee to talk about Democrats, to talk about politics, to try and support the re-election of Democrats in Tennessee. She didn't talk about the gun control. She's not talking about the Tennessee shooter. She's not talking about trans rights. She's not talking about the 3 dead children. She didn't see any of the families of the dead children. She didn't see any of the families of the kids that were affected in that school. She didn't talk to any of the survivors. She went to talk about politics. She went to help re-elect Democrats. That's not me talking about this. This is CNN. CNN is telling you that Kamala Harris went to Tennessee at Fisk University in Nashville to support state representatives expelled from the House of Representatives of Tennessee after they protested illegally, after they committed a crime in the state of Tennessee with a bullhorn on the General Assembly floor. This is reported by CNN. They admit the crime. They admit the crime that they did. They're saying that the crime doesn't matter because they like the crime, because Kamala Harris is busy politicking. She's worried about the politics. She doesn't care about the law. She doesn't care about the people that were affected. She is mad because her party, her political party, and her partisanship has been affected. She's concerned about the votes and not the people. This is politics over people. And that's CNN saying it, not me. It's that obvious. Hello, Agent Black. Good to see you. Thank you. Happy Easter. And let me go back to some of the comments here. User has been banned says, Kamala, all I can think about now is when she said, quote, Ukraine is a small country, Russia is a big country, quote, her tone was so condescending and like she was talking to a 3-year-old. Well, that's a silly argument about, and again, it goes to every time that we have heard Kamala Harris speak, she has made the situation worse. In every country and every issue, she's made it worse on illegal immigration. She went to South Korea and made that worse. She went over to the Ukraine. They got attacked immediately afterwards. She was just in Africa, got nothing done, did not achieve anything. And here she is now in the United States, and she's protecting Democrats in their re-election. She's worried about votes, not dead children, or protecting our schools, or addressing the problem for some trans people that they're making the wrong decision in their life and there is no support for them. She doesn't want to talk about any of those things. The only thing she can say is politics. We have to protect politics. Oh, evil racists are following the law. You notice no one in the news media wants to tell you that the news media, CNN, MSNBC, ABC, the St. Louis Post Dispatch, they want to ignore the fact that there was a crime committed by then elected Democrats. They broke the law, and that law included insurrection. That is a fact. It's not an opinion. It's not a feeling. That is the fact. They broke the law, which included insurrection, and they were punished for breaking the law. That's a fact. But the big issue that everyone should be talking about is the trans shooter, which was no longer in the news. No one is talking about it. You cannot talk about Tennessee, the Tennessee trans shooter. That is verboten. They throw that out the window. That's gone. We don't even remember that. Kids got shot? Did that happen? Can't talk about it. Let's talk about the Democrats. Democrats are being unfairly punished for breaking the law. What about the gun control that didn't work? These Democrats in Tennessee were saying we need more gun control. That same gun control didn't work in Florida when a 12-year-old was involved with a triple murder. It didn't help in Tennessee when the trans shooter killed 3 children. Why should we be concerned about another law that doesn't work? Can someone tell me that? And Kamala Harris doesn't care about any of that. She's not even arguing about the gun control. She's arguing about, I got to protect my partisan political party. She is such a miserable elected official. I'm not surprised why 5%, she never got more than 5% of Democratic support when she was running in 2019. I'm not surprised why Kamala Harris was the first one to drop out of the presidential race of 2020, the first Democrat to drop out. I understand. And no, the laws are not being equally applied here. And Dal is correct. She is the epitome of an unearned new aristocracy. She is horrendous. Horrendous. And we have to think about this. I mean, folks, and again, if you think I am wrong, I am more than happy to stand up and say, okay, show me your evidence. I can show you the evidence. Gun control didn't work in Tennessee. It didn't work in Florida. It's not protecting our kids. That is a fact. I can point out and I can show you how red flag laws have absolutely not saved lives and continue not to. I can point to and show you in the evidence coming from the left about the potential danger of trans shooters increasing over time, including the fact that we see copycats just this week in Colorado, a 19-year-old, as reported by the United Kingdom, but not being covered here in the United States. And as much as they are trying to convince black people that Kamala Harris has the answer to it all, Kamala Harris doesn't care about their kids. Kamala Harris doesn't care about gun control. Kamala Harris is worried about an election. Is there anyone in America that would like to dispute that? Is there anyone in America that doesn't see that for being what it is? Is there any progressive, any elected official that wants to go and try and defend Kamala Harris besides the St. Louis Post-Dispatch and their editorial board, who I am calling out by name. And if they would like to confront me on this, I would be happy to discuss this with them. I will be happy to have the interview with the St. Louis Post-Dispatch editorial board to have a conversation about the insurrection law, about the law in Tennessee, and why those Democrats broke the law and should be punished. I will be happy to have, and more than happy to have, a conversation about gun control and why it failed, and why not having armed guards in schools in Tennessee directly led to children dying. I will be happy to have that conversation with the St. Louis Post-Dispatch editorial board and any other Democrat in America that is elected. I will be happy. I will have that conversation with anyone who wants to call into this program. Is there any Democrat or progressive that would like to have this conversation? I'm open. Silence. Silence. Because they know they're wrong. Because they know they are wrong. Let me go back to some of the comments here. User has been banned says, never mind the facts, laws aren't enforced equally. And Kamala Harris, Crystal Lady, he's saying that Marianne Williamson is a better candidate than Kamala Harris. Marianne Williamson actually got 7% of Democrats to support her in 2019, more than Kamala Harris did, and she dropped out of the race after Kamala Harris. She had more support. That's kind of scary. Dow says, Kamala went down to Tennessee to lend herself to the resurrection of a pale imitation of a manufactured 70s-style race struggle for freedom. User has been banned says she cares about herself is what it comes down to. No, she doesn't care about herself. I don't think as much. She cares about the party. She cares about power. And she wants to maintain the power of her party, which maintains her position. She wants to justify why she's going to be vice president or possibly running for president in 2024. This is about elections. That's it. This is about elections. Let's look at, again, another article from the St. Louis Post-Dispatch. Tennessee joins Missouri in silencing dissent. Silencing dissent. He broke the law. You know, think about it. He broke the law. Justin Pearson broke the law, and he thinks he's a hero for breaking the law, for causing an insurrection as defined by the state of Tennessee. He abandoned his responsibility. If he wants to fight for gun control, knock himself out. He can go for it. If he wants to try and convince his constituents that gun control is going to somehow magically fix the problem, that it will prevent the next trans shooter, that it's going to end black on black homicides, if he wants to try and sell that to his people, even though all evidence says that he is wrong, I have more power to him. But breaking the law, that's the thing they want to support. They think it's wrong because he's black and broke the law. Well, that means it has to be racist. It has nothing to do with the fact that he broke the law. No. They want you to forget about the law. Tony Messenger, in his article, doesn't want you to think about the law. They want you to think, black man, he's black. Did you know that Justin Pearson is black? Oh my God, we can't do that. Social justice. He can't be convicted of a crime. He can't be punished for breaking the law. He can't be punished for going and committing a crime. He's black. Did you know that? Because thank God we have Tony Messenger here to tell us that Justin Pearson is black. Dow says, that guy in the photo with his arms up, that's former Representative Justin Pearson. Listen to his Good Friday response to expulsion, and he sounds like he's trying really hard to sound like an imitation of Dr. Martin Luther King or Malcolm X. He is. He's desperately trying to make himself seem like this is Selma and the March on Selma by Martin Luther King. He is desperate to try. He's trying to get the same imagery. I mean, when you look at this, you think of who does that? He's trying to be Malcolm X here. That's what that photo's about. It's because he's running for election again. And he's going to speak to all of his constituents, and he's going to talk to the progressives in the black community and say, you know what? I was persecuted for being black. No, you were persecuted for being a criminal. You broke the law. That's it. He won't say that. He won't talk about the crime. I was punished for being black. No, you were punished for breaking the law. Justly. A crime that you admit you did. He didn't just break the law. He admits he broke the law. This is like Brittany Griner all over again. We're seeing Justin Pearson, the Democrats, they are trying to promote a criminal. They want you to forget a crime was committed, just like Brittany Griner. Oh, she admits that she illegally brought drugs into a foreign country against their laws. She admits that she is a criminal, Brittany Griner, and she wants to be protected. She wants to be absolved of her crime. Gee, and it happened. Here we are, Democrat. She's a Democrat. Of course it happened. Here we are in Tennessee, and their former representative, Justin Pearson, goes out. He breaks the law, and he wants to be lauded. He wants to be given prizes and praised for breaking the law so that he can promote an idea that doesn't work. Because at the end of the day, he's trying to do something that's not effective, that will not protect anybody. He's making a big show of doing nothing. He's out there taking a parade lap, a victory lap. I'm such a great guy. This is Justin Pearson trying to tell people, and I'm such a great guy for not doing anything to protect kids, for not doing anything to protect schools, for not doing anything to help the trans community. At no point is he doing anything worthwhile, and Kamala Harris is down there to make sure that he gets the proper amount of praise. And when I say Kamala Harris has failed you, the American people, here it is. Here's another article, came out yesterday. Vice President Harris is ripped for not meeting the mass shooting victims. Kamala Harris went out, and here's a picture of her with the Democrats. Here she is taking a victory lap. She's trying to get in touch with them. Kamala Harris met with advocates and the entire Democratic Tennessee State Caucus. She had the time to meet all of the members of Tennessee's Democrats, elected Democrats, all of them, but did not visit the victims and the families of the deadly shooting that sparked all the outrage. According to Dan Eberhardt, Kamala Harris isn't going to Tennessee to meet with the families of those who died in the horrific shooting. She did not meet any of them. She's going there to meet Democrats who are upset over facing consequences for their actions. That is the closest we're going to get to anyone admitting that there was a crime that was correctly and justly prosecuted. Brittany Griner correctly and justly was convicted of her crime. She was a criminal. Illegal aliens get deported because they justly have been punished for their crime. Kamala Harris is promoting and lauding and screaming at the top of her lungs how great the Democrats are for breaking the law and doing nothing. If you take nothing else away from this, the Democrats in Tennessee are doing nothing to protect trans or students or our schools. They're doing nothing, and they want you to applaud. because some of them are black. Yay! Some of the elected Democrats are black. Applaud. Applaud now. Applaud loudly. Keep applauding. Because Kamala Harris has told you that they have to be applauded. Ooh, ooh, aren't they special? For what? Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe it's just me. Maybe I don't understand. I'm happy for anyone to call in. Please call in if you think I'm wrong. Because I don't get it. I do not get it. And I think it's insulting and aggravating. I think this is sick. And it's once again, Kamala Harris has no touch with reality. She has no touch with the American people. No one in America, at Fisk University, no one cares that the Democrats, or rather, they do care too much. The Democrats were punished for breaking the law. No one cares that the family were absolutely ignored. This is as bad as what we saw in Ohio with Pete Buttigieg. Pete Buttigieg didn't care about the people of Ohio, East Palestine, Ohio. He didn't pay attention to any of them. It wasn't until the rest of the nation said, why aren't you in East Palestine? Why aren't you doing anything about the carcinogens that are getting into the air? Why aren't you trying to help the people of the town? Which is your job. And Pete Buttigieg goes, oh, well, that's being handled. No, it's not. It's your job. Go handle it. And then after he got embarrassed and had no excuse why he wasn't doing his job, then he went to Ohio, to East Palestine, Ohio, and did a half-assed job of actually taking care of the people of Ohio. Here it is. Kamala Harris is doing the same thing. Yes, Dow, they're grandstanding and probably looking for well, they're absolutely recruiting. This is all about getting more blacks into more progressive. They want more black people to be progressive and to help Hakeem Jeffries in Congress. That's what they're looking for. This is to try and get Pearson into Congress because he's black. Did you know he's black? Because I don't think you understand. He's black. As if that means anything. Yeah, Kamala is showing them how to play the race game. To totally invalidate and ignore everything that happened beforehand. I don't know how they can have a conversation about the Democrats in Tennessee being justly punished for the crime they committed without also having to talk about the 3 dead children in Coventry School that were killed by a trans shooter. We really have missed something here. Agent Black says, who's worse, Kamala Harris or Joe Biden for the worst VP? Kamala Harris. We covered it on the show before. Kamala Harris has a lower approval rating than it was a Republican who said potato, Dan Quayle. Kamala Harris has a lower approval rating than Dan Quayle, which was one of the worst approval ratings for vice presidents in the history of America because he was seen as an idiot. And Kamala Harris is worse. Democrats don't like Kamala Harris for good reason. The world doesn't like Kamala Harris for good reason. Kamala Harris has screwed up everything she has ever touched. There is not one issue that Kamala Harris has made better by talking about it. Not one. And I'm happy to hear anyone who wants to tell me that I'm wrong. Anyone. Is there any progressive, any Democrat, especially any elected official, anywhere in America that would like to dispute this with me? Will the St. Louis Post-Dispatch editorial board, would they like to come on and have a conversation about this? Would they like to have a debate about this? I will seriously cover if the St. Louis Post Dispatch, you're a large company. You have hundreds, if not thousands, of employees. I'm sure you can afford it. Get me a plane ticket, a bus ticket, a train ticket, whatever it is. Matter of fact, make it a bus ticket the cheapest way possible. Give me a bus ticket. I'll come down to St. Louis right now. I'll go to your office and I will have a debate live with you any day of the week. Just pay for my travel time. Matter of fact, I won't even go to sleep. I'll just get on the bus, go straight there without any sleep. I'll have the debate with you, and then I'll get on a bus and come right back home. Give me coffee. Give me coffee and the bus ticket, and I will go to your offices and have the debate as long as it's live and uncut. How's that? Can I make it any more fair and easy for you? How much more of an advantage do you need so that we can admit this isn't about race? This is about failed policy. I cannot say that enough. This is about failed policy, the failed trans policies, the failed school policies, the failed gun control policies, the failed racism suggestion. This is a big progressive cover-up. And the rest of the world is watching this. The rest of the world is watching this, and they're considering, and every time that they are watching Kamala Harris do this crap, this absolutely purely partisan bull, everywhere she goes in the world, they are saying, oh, she's not serious. She's not serious about the laws in her nation. She's not serious about protecting kids in her nation. She's not serious about protecting schools in her nation. Kamala Harris isn't serious about gun control. She's only there to try and get black votes. She's not serious. This is the problem that are the unintended consequence of what they are doing. This is the unintended consequence. They do not realize that the more Kamala Harris screws up, the more that Kamala Harris is screaming about partisan politics, the less that the rest of the world respects her. And they are looking at her and saying, every time she shows up somewhere, she is a joke that is there only to get votes. That's what Kamala Harris is doing to herself. That is hurting America, internationally and domestically. And there is no one else in the news media that is willing to stand up and tell you this. They're all afraid to say, well, Kamala Harris is a woman, presumably. We guess. Kamala Harris is black. We guess. Sometimes. Depends on who's writing the article. Depends on whether or not she thinks it'll get her votes. She's either a woman of color, or she's black, or she's Southeast Asian. It depends on who's writing the article and how many votes they can get for it. She's kind of a chameleon like that. She will be whatever you need her to be. She might be a woman. She might be black. She might be a woman of color. We don't really know, and it doesn't really matter. It'll change to whatever is necessary. But one thing we do know is Kamala Harris is a partisan hack, and she doesn't care. And because she doesn't care, the rest of the world doesn't care, which is why she screwed up in South Korea. It's why she screwed up in talking with Mexico. It's why our immigration is bad as it is, the illegal immigration. It's why Russia laughed in her face when she was talking about the Ukraine. She's a complete failure. And she is a symbol of how bad the Biden-Harris administration has been in America. I truly believe that. I truly believe that. But you're supposed to feel bad. But I'm supposed to feel bad for the Tennessee Democrats because they broke the law. No, I don't feel bad for them. But they're black. Did you know they're black? Like that matters. Like that cares. Like that changes the law. Well, actually, for progressives, it does change the law because of social justice. Laws depend on what color of skin you are. The law is only effective on certain people with certain skin tones. And we want this to happen around the world. We're telling the rest of the world, that's right. We're spending $200 million in Pakistan alone, $2.6 billion around the world to try and convince the rest of the world that laws depend on the color of the skin of the person that is being convicted of a crime. Yes, Dow. Africa was more than happy to see Kamala get the hell on out. You notice Kamala Harris was so effective in Africa, nobody paid attention. Most Americans didn't even know that she was in Africa. There was so little news, and she was so ineffective in Africa, going to 3 different countries, including Ghana. She was so ineffective and so useless, no one covered. No one cares. No one cares. How about this? Why didn't Kamala Harris go to Florida? Why didn't Kamala Harris go and talk about that? Where is David Hogg talking about the 12-year-old that was involved in a triple murder? Where is he? Where's David Hogg talking about this? Where is David Hogg responding to the Florida sheriff? When the Florida sheriff is telling us what is the failure that happened. Where is David Hogg as he's trying to refute? I want to hear David Hogg refute this.
Ain't that right? All the gun laws we got in place didn't prevent it, did it? Neither will any new ones.
Mention the
Okay.
gun.
All the gun laws in America did not stop a 12-year-old getting involved in a triple murder because of gangs. Name the gun law that would stop that. Kamala Harris, why aren't you going to Florida? They're all black. The victims were black. The people who committed the crime were black. Oh, then we can't talk about it. We can't talk about Florida because everyone is black. There's no white people to blame this on. There's no white people to blame the triple murder of children in high school. You can't blame it on anyone white, so we can't talk about it. This is so insulting. And again, any progressive, any Democrat that supports Kamala Harris, supports Joe Biden, that supports gun control, please tell me, how am I wrong? Anyone. Let's have that conversation. Because I'm showing you evidence. I'm showing you the real world. I'm not giving you the spin of CNN. I'm not giving you the spin of MSNBC. I'm not even giving you the spin of Fox News. This is me talking to you. We're having this conversation amongst the public. It's that simple. This isn't Republican spin. This is the facts, not my truth, not your truth. This is the truth. And they don't know how to respond to that. So that's really been pissing me off, obviously. I know, they're trying to blame it on systemic racism. They're trying to say it's systemic racism. Really? It's black on black crime. Florida is a black on black crime. What? The trans shooter is systemically racist? They can't say that about, notice they won't say it's systemic racism because the white trans shooter killed kids who may or may not have been white or black. It doesn't really matter. They won't say systemic racism about that. No, you should feel bad for the shooter. Think about it. They are trying to convince people that we should feel bad for the monster that killed 3 children. Does that make sense to anyone? See, this is why they want to get away from the what happened in Tennessee. They want to talk about anything but what actually happened in Tennessee. A monster of a human being that happened to be trans and happened to be white killed 3 children because the school had no armed guards to respond. And that school was specifically targeted because they didn't have any armed guards and they had glass doors. That's why, we know for a fact, that's why that school was picked. And that's why 3 children are dead today. And Joe Biden won't talk about it. He won't go there. Kamala Harris won't talk about it. She, in Tennessee, won't go there. She won't talk to them. Because everything they've told you, everything, the feeling, they want you to feel safe. You can't feel safe when they admit, and they have to admit to the families and the parents of those kids, they have to say, nope, none of that stuff that we've been telling you is going to work. It's why they're not going to Florida right now, why they won't go to Marion County in Florida and say, oh, by the way, all that gun control crap isn't going to work. Didn't work. Didn't stop a 12-year-old from being involved in a triple murder, from committing a triple murder. User has been banned says they'll make up new terms. It's a thing thanks to the branches of our critical theory. Critical race theory is a new thing. They will create brand new terms and they'll change the definitions of words so that they can make it into something that fits their progressive agenda. That's sad, but you're probably right. It's kind of like what we're seeing. You have to love all trans people. You have to agree with all trans people. Doesn't matter what they do. I mean, this is a big component of what happened in Tennessee. Just like the big thing about what happened in Florida is black on black crime. That a 12-year-old is part of a gang, and that 12-year-old, as part of that gang, helped to commit a triple murder. That he admits. He's already admitted he committed the murder. That should be the conversation happening in America today. But instead, you know what? The conversation in America right now isn't about Tennessee, the trans shooter. It isn't about Florida and the triple murder of children. No. The conversation in America right now is about Dylan Mulvaney. That's the thing they want you to talk about. Dylan Mulvaney, the Bud Light trans partnership. Dylan Mulvaney is in a a deal with Bud Light and Nike. And that's what you should be talking about. It's got to deal with Bud Light. It's got to deal with, oh, look, Nike. Got to deal with Nike. Yay. Because trans. And you're evil if you don't support Dylan Mulvaney. If you don't drink Bud Light, you're evil. If you don't buy a Nike sneaker, you're evil because you don't support trans people. Wait a minute, I'm supposed to spend, what is it? How much does a pair of Nikes cost now? $200-$300? I'm supposed to spend $200-$300 on a pair of sneakers. I should go out and buy a case of Bud Light because Dylan Mulvaney has a feeling. Because Dylan Mulvaney is on TikTok. And because Dylan Mulvaney is on TikTok, I should spend my money on these particular products because I must affirm Dylan Mulvaney's life. No, I don't. No, you don't. We don't have to support that. And we don't have to buy these products. And in fact, we can protest buying these products because we're not obligated to do that. Your feeling, if you feel like you need to support Dylan Mulvaney, fantastic, go for it. I don't. And there's nothing wrong with not supporting it. I don't have to support them. Just because you do doesn't mean I have to. Has that become lost on everyone? And this is what they're trying to convince people. You know, I was saying this Friday, and I'm going to get to the comments in 1 second. But I was saying this on the live stream with the Friday Roundtable with the Liberty First Foundation. And I happened to mention Kill Bill. Some people may have seen Kill Bill, some people have not. I'm not going to spoil the ending of Kill Bill, even though the film's been out for years. But this is from actually 2004. It's been around for almost 20 years. So in Kill Bill, these are both assassins on the screen. David Carradine and this is... I forget her name. Anyway, so they're having a conversation about Superman. And I want you to listen to this because I think it's kind of important.
When Superman wakes up in the morning, he's Superman. His alter ego is Clark Kent. His outfit with the big red S. That's the blanket he was wrapped in as a baby when the Kents found him. Those are his clothes. What Kent wears, the glasses, the business suit, that's the costume.
Let me stop right there. So that's the important thing. And I want you to understand it in the reference to the argument and the conversation about Dylan Mulvaney. That's the conversation that some trans people, the political movement, this is different than LGBTQAI plus, you want to call yourself a toaster, whatever. Not the people who are living their life as LGBTQ or trans or whatever. This is about the movement. And the movement wants to put on this clothing, and that's Dylan Mulvaney. Dylan Mulvaney wants you to think, this is what Dylan Mulvaney thinks is a woman. And this is what the trans movement, the LGBTQ movement, thinks is a woman in America. It's a caricature. It's a joke. And they want you to buy products to support this image of what a woman is. I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong. Are there women who watch this program? And I know there are women who watch this program. Do you think that Dylan Mulvaney represents you? Do you live your life like Dylan Mulvaney? Does Dylan Mulvaney represent women in America? Because as far as I can tell, no. In my lifetime, no. Women don't act like Dylan Mulvaney. Women don't react like Dylan Mulvaney. That is a caricature. That is a disguise. That is a costume of a woman. Maybe that's exactly what Dylan Mulvaney sees as a woman. That's not what the reality is. That's not what the rest of the world is seeing. It's like Superman. The costume is Clark Kent. Dylan Mulvaney's costume, for lack of a better word, seems to be a woman, and Bud Light and Nike want you to pay for that costume. They want you to buy in, and we are told that if you don't, you're evil. Has anyone ever thought of it that way? And what happens, before I go to the comments, what happens 2 months, 3 months, 6 months after Dylan Mulvaney is no longer getting attention? What happens when no one cares about the costume that Dylan Mulvaney is wearing? What happens to Dylan Mulvaney when the attention is gone? Because as far as I can tell, Dylan Mulvaney is wearing the costume of whatever will get Dylan Mulvaney attention. And the moment that the attention is gone, when the deal with Bud Light ends, when the deal with Nike doesn't make any money, because all the trans movement stuff doesn't make money. Go woke, get broke. Ask Disney. Disney will prove it to you. Look at the CW. They went broke. They never made a dime. Going woke doesn't make money. So when Dylan Mulvaney doesn't make any money for Nike, when Bud Light loses money for Dylan Mulvaney, and they stop promoting her, and everyone stops paying attention to Dylan Mulvaney on TikTok and move on to the next thing, what is Dylan Mulvaney going to do? What happens when the costume no longer works? Does Dylan Mulvaney become another Tennessee trans shooter? Because Dylan Mulvaney is part of the reason why the trans shooter exists, why the Colorado trans attempted shooter exists. Dylan Mulvaney is selling this costume and saying, put on this costume too. And there is a small portion of the population, I don't know how large, there are a portion of people who are buying this costume based on Dylan Mulvaney, saying that they are prettier than Dylan Mulvaney. They are less of a caricature of women than Dylan Mulvaney. And therefore, they should get more attention, more fame, more people who want to date them and love them than Dylan Mulvaney. And when it doesn't happen, what will they do? And why is it no one has ever asked you that question? Why is it we don't have any plan? So, let me go back to some of the comments here. So, let's see the comments because I don't want to miss anything. I know I've been a little busy. So, This is funny. User has been banned says that Bud Light pretends to be a beer, so it fits. That's funny. Uma Thurman. That's right. Thank you. Thank you, Graham, for saying that. So Progressive Mike wants to say that I'm triggered. I'm not triggered. I'm talking. See, here's the thing, Progressive Mike, and to all the progressives. If you may get triggered, you may get anxious, upset, and lose your mind and don't know what to do with yourself. I'm talking about politics. I'm asking people about consequences. I'm asking people to I'm no more triggered. Well, I'm not triggered at all. I'm more concerned. You want to know what triggers me? Ukraine. You know what triggers me? China threatening Taiwan. You know what triggers me? Iran and the Islamic Revolutionary Guard, and they're trying to infiltrate the United States. You know what triggers me? That we see ISIS in Africa and in the United States because of what Joe Biden did. That triggers me. Dylan Mulvaney, I could care less about. I never cared about Dylan Mulvaney before. I don't care about Dylan Mulvaney now. I am concerned that Dylan Mulvaney may cause other people to adopt the same caricature, and when that doesn't fulfill their life, that they may become a danger to themselves and others. That is a concern for me. Am I triggered by the fact that Dylan Mulvaney is trans? I could care less. That's Dylan Mulvaney's life. That has nothing to do with anyone. So Dow goes on. Anheuser-Busch wouldn't be declining as a business if they had stuck with their real American heroes and real men of genius. They were funny. They were interesting. Yeah, I think so. Any light beer is not a beer. Well, absolutely. Any beer that is a light beer is not beer. Any diet soda isn't soda, in my opinion. You know, I don't agree with these watered down versions of anything. So that's it. Let me see. I'm just going through some of the comments to catch up with everyone. Let's see. By the way, Progressive Mike, if you think I am wrong, call in 607-242-9247. If you're not in the United States, if Progressive Mike, you're a foreigner, reach us. You can call in through Facebook, through their messenger. Try and reach us that way. Why don't you try and call in for once? And please tell me if you're not an American citizen. If you're being paid by the Democratic National Committee or a particular Democratic candidate, tell us that and tell us why they won't allow you to call in. If you're a representative of a political organization, please tell us which political organization and make sure that they get their credit too. I'm not worried about it. Call on in. Dow mentions that Killian's Irish Red has always been my favorite. I miss having a beer, hard cider, or wine with a meal. Darn blood thinners. Well, the blood thinners do suck, but Killian's Irish Red is good. Guinness is better. And I also do like Heineken Dark. Just talking about beers. But the thing is, no, I've never tried Tika. But here's my thing. Again, it's like Kill Bill. This is a mockery that's going on in front of our faces. Just like Clark Kent, to an extent, is mocking humanity by being Clark Kent. What is Superman's vision? Again, I'll go back to Kill Bill so we can see what he was talking about here. What else did he say here?
That's the costume Superman wears to blend in with us. Clark Kent is how Superman views us. And what are the characteristics of Clark Kent?
So let's think about it again. So Dylan Mulvaney, oh, I didn't show it to you, did I? Now, let me go back a little bit. I apologize. I just screwed that up. Let's show it to you. Here we go.
And what are the characteristics of Clark Kent? He's weak. He's unsure of himself. He's a coward.
So, in much the way that, Dylan Mulvaney his view of a woman is much like Superman's view of Clark Kent about what is normal. Somehow, and we've seen this is a caricature. I truly believe that Dylan Mulvaney knows for a fact that they're not being serious, that this is just a performance act. Whether or not they may be trans, I don't know, and I don't care. But I think they know that the caricature that they're putting on display, that they hope it will get them money from Bud Light. That's going to get us money. Nike and Bud Light, they think that this is a good thing, that they're in on the joke, that this is going to appeal, that women will appreciate Dylan Mulvaney mocking them. I don't think that's going to be good at all. I can't see. This is how going woke gets you broke. I don't see women saying, oh, yeah, I support that mockery of what it is to be a woman. I don't see men going, I enjoy being like Dylan Mulvaney, they're encouraged to be like Dylan Mulvaney, or that they would want to date someone like Dylan Mulvaney. I don't see that happening. I don't see success on this at any level, no matter how much money they throw at this telling you you're supposed to accept it. And when people don't accept it, like, well, we've got a call coming in. Hello, and thank you for calling No Soundbites Allowed. I'm your host, Michael. And what's your first name, please?
Hey, Mike, it's me, John.
Hey, John, what's going on?
Not much, Mike. I wanted to tune in. Want to talk about some things here. A couple things. I wanted to do a follow-up on the last time I called in, and I also want to talk about this Bud Light controversy that you're talking about.
Sure.
I'm going to say this. It seems to me to be the dumbest decision Budweiser could do. It's almost ignoring their base, right? That they've built up for, I could say, generations at this point, right? It's Budweiser and Bud Light have always been seen as the man's beer.
Budweiser, not Bud Light, but Budweiser, yeah.
They've always built that brand up as being a kind of redneck, at least in my perspective, blue-collar beer, and they're jumping the shark and throwing it all out the window for who they perceive to be buying Bud Light. It makes no sense to me.
Well, Bud Light is supposed to be the metrosexual beer. It's the, I'm still cool and I'm still like one of the guys or one of the girls, but I'm different. I'm more conscious of calories, more conscious of my body. It's always been something like that. It's a metrosexual kind of drink.
I almost disagree because the perception in college, when I went to college, was Bud Light was still the redneck beer.
Yeah, it's a redneck beer. Well, it's a blue-collar beer. I'll say that.
Metrosexual or metropolitan. I say it's still perceived, at least in my generation, as a redneck beer.
Bud Light?
And that's who mostly drank it.
Bud Light?
Yes.
I don't know anyone. You know what? I'll see more rednecks drink Coors or Coors Light than I'll see drink Bud Light. That's been my experience.
I see a lot drink Bud Light. When I went to college, that was the perception of Bud Light.
Okay, your college may be screwed up, but that's not my. I don't know.
That's what it seems like for my generation. Okay. That's the perception that's been for my generation.
Okay, and fair enough. They think that that's the blue collar working class beers, Bud Light, which that's their point. I disagree because if we look at, and my reason for disagreeing with that, let me explain, is because of the Super Bowl. For decades, we have seen there's the Budweiser commercial, which is a much more, let's call it manly and also more blue collar. And then looking at the commercials for Bud Light, they always seem to be targeting the metrosexual crowd. That's part of why I would say Bud Light's metrosexual. But
from my perspective and from my generation, it seems like that it's kind of, both are seen as more blue collar.
Okay, so let's say that it is more blue collar. So they think that Dylan Mulvaney and his caricature, apparent caricature of what a woman is going to appeal to blue collar people?
Well, that's the whole thing. It's who wants to buy that? You know, who would? It's like and that's why I don't think it's selling. They have all these photos now of Bud Light not being sold. It's actually kind of diminishing the perspective of people I know don't want to buy it because they're like, well, this is kind of girly. This is really bad. Like, we don't want this.
I don't know anyone who wants to. I don't think anybody, I don't know of anybody that's that's saying, oh, I have to go out and buy Bud Light now because Dylan Mulvaney did it. And I believe in, and I agree with the caricature of women that Dylan Mulvaney is putting out there. Again, I don't know if Dylan is serious about being trans or not. I can't speak to that. I'm not trying to. Nor am I saying that trans people, in fact, overwhelmingly, all the trans people I have ever known in my life, and I know quite a few, they're nothing like Dylan Mulvaney, which is why I think it's a caricature that he's putting on. This is his acting. And I don't see that being a positive promotion for any product. Does that make you want to go and buy Nike? Do you want to spend $200 on Nike so you could have the latest Dylan Mulvaney pair?
Yeah, it's a weird one because, like we were talking about with Bud Light, you know who would sell Bud Light to that target demographic are country stars or
They
even
won't do
Kid
it.
Rock. Right?
Travis Tritt and Kid Rock, they gave up on. What did Kid Rock actually shot? Bought a case of Bud Light and shot it on camera.
Yeah, because he said that enough of this wokeness. And to be honest, he's the kind of guy you want to sell Bud Light. You know, that's the target demographic that buys Bud Light is Kid Rock listeners. You know, he still sells millions and millions of albums.
Yeah, and he pulls in crowds, huge thousands of people as crowds, and he's totally against them. So is Travis Tritt, who's a country music star, as I understand. They can't stand it, and they're like, no, we refuse. Matter of fact, Travis Tritt said that he refuses to perform with Bud Light being served at his performances. That's the news I've seen on it.
It's just a weird, to me, I wouldn't even, it's just a very, very weird marketing stunt. Because I don't think anyone sees Dylan Mulvaney and goes, I really, really want to buy Bud Light. Like, no one sees that and thinks, oh, that's cool, that's hip. Nobody.
But let's think about the bigger issue here. Dylan Mulvaney is meant to be the ambassador of being trans. That's how it's being promoted in the media. Mm-hmm. That's why Drew Barrymore got on her knees before Dylan Mulvaney. And that's why we see Bud Light and now Nike are doing deals with it, because this is the ambassador of trans. And so we're being told we must accept Dylan Mulvaney's portrayal and we must buy Nike and trans because they support this. And if you don't, you're evil. So it's as simple as saying, would you ever date a Dylan Mulvaney type of individual?
Me?
Yeah.
No.
Okay. Do you know anyone who would?
No.
Okay. So I think they're failing. I think this is backfiring amongst average Americans.
Yeah.
Of every age and every type.
Yeah. And to be honest, if I'm Coors Light right now or Coors, I'd be thrilled with this advertisement because.
And I find it interesting. They came up with this storyline, and they've been promoting Dylan Mulvaney and the protest at the same time that the trans shooter came out. At the same moment that the trans shooter came out, now came out Dylan Mulvaney in the story, as if to cover it. Can't say that's exactly how it happened, but isn't it interesting? They're putting so much attention on Dylan Mulvaney, and they've completely stopped talking about the trans shooter in Tennessee. Did you notice that?
Oh yeah, definitely. It's a weird world we're living in when even beer is getting political.
Everything's political now. Everything's political.
It's true. It's very, very true. And like I said, if I'm Coors right now, oh, I'd be thrilled.
Oh yeah.
Budweiser just shot themselves in the foot with this terrible marketing campaign.
Well, Heineken on the Liberty First Foundation on our Friday night roundtable at 9 p.m. Frank was promoting Heineken.
Yeah.
It's like everyone's going to promote every type of beer, and I suggest Guinness as an alternative to Bud Light.
Yeah. Yeah, it's true. And even if you're a loyal Budweiser drinker, I think this turns you away. I think you go, well, you've built up this brand for so long, for so many years, and you can just snap it away. This is what they want to be now.
You know, I just remembered something. Do you remember back 5 years ago, there was if you wear jeans, you support LGBTQ. Do you remember that?
I don't remember this, no.
Oh, yeah, it was a thing. It was a movement. There it is. Found it. Gay Blue Jeans Day. Gay Blue Jeans Day, which was around 1993, was it? No, it was after that. When was it? October 11th. Yeah, you're supposed to, if you wear blue jeans on October 11th, then you're supposed to be supporting the gay. And actually, this started in 1974 at my old college, Rutgers University, believe it or not, which is stupid. And I can tell you that when I went to Rutgers in 1986, no one knew about it, no one cared. But I've seen it come up a couple times that if you wear blue jeans, you're supporting the LGBTQ on October 11th, and no one knows about it. It's a failed strategy. It failed.
Mm-hmm.
This is kind of the same thing. I think it's failed.
Definitely. I definitely see what you mean. It's another example of get woke, go broke, but it's also just an example of how these marketing companies are so out of touch. Because it's all in Hollywood. It's an example of how out of touch Hollywood and big marketing executives are with the average American.
Yeah. This is absolutely, completely missing any kind of support that the trans community, that real world trans people want. They don't want this. They do not want this Dylan Mulvaney. They don't want this deal. They don't want any of this attention, as far as I've been hearing.
And it's like you said, I know for me personally, I'm probably not. I don't drink Bud Light, nor am I interested in drinking Bud Light now.
Oh, well, I've never drank Bud Light, but I absolutely would never support them, and I don't support Nike for lots of reasons, and this just adds to it.
Mm-hmm.
But you wanted to talk about something else. What else did you want to speak
about? I did. Excuse me.
Bless you.
A couple weeks ago, I called in and I talked to you about the Creator Clash.
Yes, Creator Clash 2, yes.
Yeah. So there have been some updates in the story, with the first being they have threatened legal action against the boxer Froggy Fresh, who got banned from the event, who they kicked out of the event because he made some un-PC jokes.
Yeah.
So they threatened to get legal action, and their whole defense has been, this is for charity, this is for charity, this is for charity, right? It's a charity boxing event. It has come out today that the only money that goes to charity is any leftover profits from a certain point. A certain benchmark is hit, then all the rest of the money goes to charity.
Okay, so
but
wait a minute, I want to make sure I understand. So this charity event called Creator Clash, this is the second event, which is based on donations. The whole thing is they're donating to charities, and they don't donate charities until after they make a profit. After they make, so they got to make their profit, and then
they apparently are paying each of the fighters, instead of it being the fighters show up and they pick a charity and all the money goes, because that was the general consensus, and the belief was this all goes to charity. Turns out, no, that's not how this is. Everyone has to get a profit first, and then the money goes to charity.
Okay, let's see. There is some news from 2022 about how much money they raised. So, less than $1 million was donated to charity. That's interesting.
And here's the thing, their whole argument is virtue signaling, this is for charity, this is for charity. No, you all are getting paid to be there. All these people who attacked Froggy Fresh and said, this is for charity, what are you doing? No, you're being there because you're getting paid to be there. And on top of it, it's charity, but you're still collecting that paycheck.
Okay, and by the way, in case people are wondering where this came from, this is Keemstar, who's a blue check on Twitter and is a well-known influencer, said, I
Yes.
thought all the profit from Creator Clash went to charity. I thought that the fighters fought for free for charity. That's not true. There's a guaranteed amount of profit, and then, and only then, do they give money to charity.
And it's important to note, too, Keemstar is very reliable on this because he owns his own boxing promotion company. He also is in this business, and he helped promote Creator Clash, and he was one of the, I don't think he was an announcer, but he participated and helped promote the first Creator Clash event. And he's as reliable as he comes because he knows all these creators and YouTube content creators who are boxing personally. And like I said, their whole thing was Froggy Fresh can't compete, because he said some un-PC things and all this other stuff. And, and this is for charity, so you can't criticize them. That was their defense this whole time. Because this is for charity, but
So it's
it
not
almost...
So it's not about charity, and it's not about. It's about protecting certain people and their political profiles and their personalities, about their feelings, rather than making as much money as possible for charity.
Yeah. And, that last time I said, this is for charity. It's supposed to be for charity. Now it seems like it's not even for charity. They all get a paycheck first, and then what's ever left over goes to charity. Which a lot of people were under the assumption, including myself, who bought the first Creator Clash, all the money went to charity.
So this is disingenuous. Again, they're taking advantage of the public.
Yeah. And they're doing it under the guise of charity, which it's not even, if you're going to virtue signal, at least, stand behind it a little bit, instead of misleading the public about this.
Yeah, so they want to virtue signal and make profit, but charity, who cares? That's sad. That's really sad that they would take advantage of people that way, and that they're abusing the idea of charity. People are paying for something because they want to support a charity, and instead they're being misled. Talk about misinformation. There you go.
Yeah. And they've always been very, if you watch any interviews with them, they constantly harp on charity, charity, charity. This is for charity. No, this is now, it's clearly shown, this is for monetary. This is for money.
This is about
Everyone is getting paid.
well,
Every single one of them has to get paid first before they donate to charity.
so that's rude. That's rude, and that's insulting.
It is. And it's supposed to be, and what originally was supposed to be a fun event that we all thought was for charity. A lot of people did, including myself. It's a fun event where you get to see some content creators box each other. It's stupid, yeah, but entertaining, yes. It's amateur fights with people that you watch on YouTube. But it's not even that anymore.
No, it's taking advantage of people. It's kind of like Dylan Mulvaney, like I was talking about. It's Dylan Mulvaney taking advantage of women and taking advantage of the trans political movement. This is all about promoting Dylan Mulvaney. It's not about Dylan Mulvaney isn't advancing trans movement. Dylan Mulvaney is advancing Dylan Mulvaney. and using Nike and Bud Light to make money for Dylan Mulvaney, not for the trans movement, not for trans people, but for Dylan Mulvaney. And now here we go. We're seeing Creator Clash do the same thing. It's not about charity, it's about them. That's really dishonest.
It is. It is. It really is, and it's very sad to see. I think a lot of people are very upset about this.
I can see
As
how
they
people
should
would be
be.
upset. Yeah, I can see how people would be upset about that.
Yeah, and to tie it all back, it's these woke people who, Froggy Fresh did something that they didn't agree with. He made some jokes about the guy's wife's OnlyFans. That's what he did. He made some jokes, and they kick him out of the event, threaten to sue him, and say, well, you can't criticize us because this is for charity. It's not in the spirit of charity. And it's not really for charity, as it turns out.
Well, I'm just making a comment here that I'm asking everyone who's watching this. Would you be upset knowing that your charity donation went to someone else's profit instead? Wouldn't that piss you off? And in the same way, knowing that if you're buying Bud Light because you must affirm trans, you must support everything trans, which means you must support Dylan Mulvaney. In the same vein, when you realize that the profit is going to Dylan Mulvaney, going to Anheuser-Busch, it's going to Nike, but it's not going to help trans people. If you support trans and you must affirm trans, including trans children, when you realize that Dylan Mulvaney supports none of that, the money for Dylan Mulvaney goes to Dylan Mulvaney and to Nike and to Budweiser. Gee, how does that make you feel? Wouldn't you be upset about that, knowing that they're not helping the trans movement, they're helping themselves, using your emotions to get them there, to be woke. Woke is making them, they're trying to get woke to get rich, and you're going broke. That seems very upsetting to me.
It is. And as someone who paid for the last charity boxing event, my money didn't really go to that. Whatever money was left over went to that.
Yeah.
Afterwards. It's an afterthought, it feels like.
Yeah,
And
Graham mentions this teaches us we need to read the fine print, except the fine print isn't being put out there. There's no one, you notice, there's nothing in the fine print that says that Nike is making the donation to trans because you're making a purchase. No. There's nothing from Nike or Budweiser or Dylan Mulvaney saying, hey, I'm donating to the trans movement every time you make money. No. They don't have fine print because they're being obvious. They're being blatant. And Creator Clash, for their part, were being misleading in that the fine print they put out has said, oh, no, it's going to charity. They just left out the part that said, after we make our profit.
in any interviews you see with them, they don't mention that.
Yeah, they're obfuscating. They're making a lie by omission. They're just leaving out that part.
It's very disappointing to see. And that's why I wanted to follow up, because I know last time we talked about it a little bit, you didn't quite understand it, the full story, but this is kind of where we're at now. We're a little while away from the event, and things just got worse for them because instead of and I think the craziest thing about this is that none of this would have been talked about if it wasn't for them canceling Froggy Fresh.
Yeah, because of their emotions, because they're fragile and they're snowflakes. Because of their snowflakes protecting themselves, then that caused all this to, and it's very often what we see. We only find out after the fact because it's like Hunter Biden. Because they hid the laptop, suddenly we found out about Hunter Biden taking pictures with underage hookers. We found out about the deals he made with China. We found out about the fact that he threw a gun that he illegally signed for a gun permit and then illegally threw away the gun behind a junior high school in a garbage can. We didn't know any of that stuff until we found out that he hid the laptop. And because everyone was trying to prove whether the laptop was legal or not, suddenly we found out everything else. They do it to themselves.
Well, Mike, thanks for letting me call in. I greatly appreciate it as always. Can't wait to watch the rest of the show.
Oh, absolutely. I thank you for calling in today. Thank you so much. So, folks, just like you heard with John, who just called in, you too can call into 607 242 9247 from anywhere in the world to give us a call and tell us what you think and to talk about the issues that matter to you, whether or not they're getting as much attention as they should. Very often, a lot of the things we talk about on this program are things that people aren't being told about. And by the way, if you do enjoy, if you've been watching the show for the last 3 hours or even part of it, please like, share, subscribe. Help us to reach more people around the world because YouTube absolutely won't do it. And if you're on Rumble, like and share on Rumble. We know we get 400% more people watching the show on Rumble than on YouTube. It tells you how much censorship is going on in the world when a smaller, the fact is, Rumble is smaller than YouTube at the moment, and we get more people watching us live on Rumble than we do on YouTube by hundreds of percent. That tells you something. That's how bad the censorship is right now. That's how many people they're trying to hide the conversation. Whether you agree or not, they're trying to not let you have a conversation. They want you to be silent. Whether it's talking about donations, that you should know where your money's going, or whether it's talking about Dylan Mulvaney, who's making a caricature of women, whether or not it's talking about what's happening in Florida, what's happening in Tennessee, what Kamala Harris is doing, what's happening overseas. They don't want you to have these conversations. Whether or not you agree, they don't want you to think. They want you to obey, and they've told you what you should feel about it. They told you the decision, like the Seattle Post-Dispatch. They're telling you what the important thing is. It's racism. It's racism. Forget about the fact that the law was broken. Forget about the insurrection that took place. Forget about whether or not the underlying issue is protecting our kids in schools. Don't talk about any of that. It's racism. Happy Easter, John. Thank you for being here with us. We appreciate it. And going back to some of the comments here, so Graham was mentioning that, Agent Black and Graham are mentioning to us, Agent Black in the UK, Graham in California are mentioning to us, we should be able to know where the donations are going. If they're using our money for donations, we should be told who's being donated to. Or if there is a donation, or if it's all just for profit, and they're just lying to us, that it's not really for charity. And it's corporations. So let me see. This is all very interesting. And again, these are conversations you're told you can't have. That's the worst part of it all. I'm not telling you, I'm not a progressive. I'm not telling you have to agree with me because I'm black or Hispanic. I'm not telling you to believe one thing because my truth says this is the fact. I'm showing you the evidence and I'm asking you what you think because that's what we think is important. If you don't agree with Keemstar, if you don't agree with Dylan Mulvaney, that's up to you. I'm saying we should have the conversation. I'm saying that we should know what's going on in America. That when we hear, where is Kamala Harris? Why isn't she in Florida? It's not like she's busy. It's not like anyone cares where she has been. It's not like she's doing a job. Why isn't she in Florida talking about the 12-year-old involved in a triple murder because he was part of a gang? Where's the conversation in America talking about black-on-black crime, black-on-black homicide, and how we solve that? If Kamala Harris wants to be this champion of the communities, if she wants to be this black superhero that she's trying to promote, that the White House is trying to promote, that progressives are trying to promote, why isn't she talking about black-on-black crime, black-on-black homicide, which is responsible for 83% of all black people who are killed in America every single year? Why isn't she talking about gangs, and that we can't have parents go into our schools and find out what's happening with kids. The teachers are so busy trying to indoctrinate kids into 112 different genders. They're so busy with that they're letting gangs grow in our schools, and those gangs are killing kids. I mean, isn't that the important thing? Shouldn't we be having that conversation? Shouldn't Kamala Harris be informed and doing that if she's so serious? But she's not. She's more concerned about the next election. That's why she's in Tennessee. That's why she went to Fisk University, to talk about the next election. She's talking about re-electing Democrats. She doesn't care about the kids. She doesn't care about the families or the impact on Americans. She's not there to help anyone. She's there to get votes. Joe Biden doesn't care. That's why the Afghanistan report is, oh, it's all Trump's fault. Joe Biden gave the orders. Joe Biden was the one in charge. Joe Biden made the deals. It's Joe Biden's fault. You can't blame that on someone else. He's the one who did it. Period. But we're not supposed to talk about that. We're not supposed to have a conversation about that. And YouTube, Facebook, Twitter, they want to depress. They want to, what do they call it? Suppress your voice. They don't want to hear you say, oh, wait a minute, but that's a problem. They don't want to hear you say that. They don't want you to look into the New York City Citizens Audit. They don't want you to hear about, I did a live stream of the New York Citizens Audit, looking at our election system and finding out that 51,000 people in New York State were are registered and allowed to vote. They don't have an address, which is illegal. 51,000 votes. But that's illegal. They don't want to talk about that. They don't want you to have that conversation. I'm not saying who would win or who would lose. It has nothing. I'm talking about statewide elections. 51,000 people don't have an address. They're registered and are voting in our elections. And you can't talk about it, and the news media doesn't want you to know about it. We were talking about protecting our schools. They don't want to mention that schools with armed security are less likely to have a school shooter and are more reactive. They're able to stop the school shootings faster than schools without armed security. But you're not supposed to have that conversation. You're supposed to say, oh, guns are the problem. Guns are the only thing. And just get rid of the guns. And a 12-year-old in Florida got a gun. A 12-year-old in Florida got a gun and committed a triple murder. But, it's the gun's fault. Even though the kid is in a gang. Even though it's already illegal. Those laws didn't stop him. That's not me saying that. That's the sheriff of Marion County saying the laws that exist, all the gun control that you have heard every Democrat talk about for the last 50 years, which are all the same thing. Get rid of the guns. That's it. You can't have a gun. Did not protect anyone. And 3 kids in Florida are dead because Democrats are saying, you can't have a gun. That's it. And that killed 3 kids. Because Democrats don't want to talk about the consequences of what they have done. They have misled some people into thinking that there are 112 genders and that this person may be part of that. And when their life isn't better as the Democrats promised them it would be, as the progressives promised them it absolutely would be, when a small number of those people take the worst possible action, Democrats are, oh, it's not our fault. And they walk away. Hey, John, thank you for being with us on the show today. It's crazy. It is crazy that this is happening. And the mainstream news media will suppress this channel as they have been. They will try and give strikes to channels like John Cordisco's Corner. They will try and hide channels like Alternative, which is out of the UK. They will try and suppress people like Alyssa and simply Alyssa out of Canada. They will try and hold back the Liberty First Foundation and the Loaded Mic, which is a podcast you can find with Dan Was, who I was talking to this Friday. They will suppress people, and don't think it's just a Republican or conservative thing. Think about Larry Sharp, a good friend of mine. He's not a progressive. He's not a Democrat. He's not a Republican. He's not a conservative. He's a libertarian. And they beat down his channel too. John is absolutely correct when John says, remember one thing, our rights are God-given, not government-given. Remember that the Constitution isn't to protect the government. It's to protect us. And the entire Constitution, all the amendments, are there to restrict the government, to cut down on the abuse of government, not people. Absolutely true. Absolutely right. And think about how they are turning that around. I mean, I seriously I can't see anything more than when we look at Kamala Harris and look at the impact of Kamala Harris on the world and the United States. Kamala Harris failed, and she was given in February of 2021. She was supposed to take care of immigration, illegal immigration in America. She was supposed to protect the southern border. We have over 5 million illegal aliens. We have had record-breaking number of illegal aliens in America. The number is so high and it is so constant that the news media won't talk about the southern border anymore. They stopped talking about it because it's that bad a problem and it looks bad for Democrats to get reelected. So they stopped talking about it. It's not that it's not happening. It's still happening. It's still just as big an issue as it always was. 98 suspected terrorists entered America that we know of, that were caught. We don't know how many got in along with the other 5 million illegal aliens. We have no idea. But we know we caught 98. And Kamala Harris has nothing to say about it because she doesn't deal with the illegal immigration anymore. She's not involved. Kamala Harris just went to Ghana. No one cared. America is just still behind the 8 ball when it comes to Africa. And that's important. If you believe in clean energy, if you believe in the Green New Deal, if you think we should have all electric and we have more solar panels and we have more wind and we need more batteries, then you should be concerned about Africa and what Kamala Harris did in Africa, because that's where all your heavy metals come from. If green energy and clean climate change are your issues, then you should be concerned how she failed in Africa. Not one positive deal came out of it, which means your green movement is failing because of her. What about what's happening in Southeast Asia, in Japan, where they laugh at her? They laugh at Kamala Harris. They laugh at the Biden-Harris administration. They have no confidence in them, which is why they are building their own militaries. Even as China is saying, China is laughing in the face of Kamala Harris and in the face of Joe Biden, as they are currently, right now, threatening Taiwan. We have Russia that laughed in Kamala Harris's face when she went to the Ukraine and said, "Don't you dare invade." And 2 weeks later, Russia invaded. Laughing in her face, laughing in the face of Joe Biden in person. They have no respect for these people. They think they're weak because of what happened in Afghanistan, because what they did to Americans, abandoning them in Afghanistan and in the Ukraine. 15,000 Americans. That's why President Macron is right now taking the side of China and working with China and trying to convince Europe not to follow Joe Biden and Kamala Harris. As we showed you in this program, that he said yesterday, do not trust Joe Biden, Kamala Harris, or America. Europe has to do its own thing, and if anything, they should pick China's side. John Cordisco says, the battle that's been going on for decades and decades, God-given rights versus government-given, the battle still rages, and we are fighting that here and on Rumble and on Twitter and YouTube, and we will continue. Because even though we know YouTube is trying to suppress this channel and hide your voices, we know in places like Rumble, we get 100, 200, 300, 400% more people are watching us on Rumble than are watching us on YouTube right now, because there are more people than they will let you know. They want you to feel like you're the only one that has these feelings, that you're the only one who sees what's happening, that is paying attention to the details. They want you to think you're alone and you're by yourself and that you have no power. And then the second you go outside the approved channels, the second you stop paying attention to CNN and MSNBC, the New York Times and ABC, the moment you step away from the approved messaging and the overlords of the internet and you go to something like a Rumble and you see hundreds of people just like you. You listen, you'll see thousands of people who agree with exactly what you think, that are speaking up and actually trying to be heard. That's the reality. Yes, they're restricting our reach, our ability to communicate. They're restricting the First Amendment. They're attacking us. And they're trying to tell you everything else. That's why we see Kamala Harris is in Tennessee not to see the victims of the mass shooting, not to console or help any of those families, not to make schools safer. She's there to get the Democrats reelected. That's why she's there. That's why she went to Fisk University, not to make our kids safe, not to make our schools better, not to make our schools safer, not to talk about the issue about trans people who didn't get the promise that they were made. No, she's not there to deal with any of that. She's there to get Justin Pearson reelected. She's there for politics. Joe Biden doesn't care. He's not there trying to protect you. He's not trying to get a ceasefire in the Ukraine. He's there trying to look tough against Russia so that he can get reelected. And that's not helping you. That's why Germany doesn't want to support it. That's why NATO's in so much trouble. That's why France is trying to get the rest of Europe to abandon the United States. These are our allies. And if you think that makes you safer, oh my God, think about that. How much safer you may hate people like Trump or myself or anyone else. You're not safer under the Democrats. They are not trying to help you. If there is any Democrat, especially any elected official across America that disagrees with me, 607-242-9247. It's scrolling across the screen. You can reach out and reach me on Facebook, on Twitter, on YouTube. You can reach us directly. Tell me why, how am I wrong? How am I wrong? How is what evidence I am presenting to you every Sunday, how is it wrong? Especially when, and if you want to say, well, you just don't understand. 90% of our sources come from the left. I'm not using sources from Fox News. I don't watch Fox News. I don't watch Fox News. I don't pay attention to the right. I look at left-leaning media. I'm showing you what the left is reporting, and they admit it. Sometimes you have to go through 23 paragraphs to find where they admit the truth, like with Joe Biden's Afghanistan report, where he's trying to pat himself on the back. John Kirby is reversing his position, saying, no, there was no chaos. It was perfect. Everything worked out exactly like we thought it would, except anything that didn't work out exactly as we thought it would. Well, that's Trump's fault, even though he wasn't in power, even though he didn't give any of the orders, even though it was Joe Biden all the way. Yeah. Think about that. John Kirby turned around and is lying to you, just like Joe Biden lied to you about Afghanistan. And he's saying it's all Trump's fault, except Trump had nothing to do with it. He had no power. He didn't give any of the orders. So let me go back to some of the comments here. It says, and I missed a couple. Agent Black points out that this is why we have things like the Bill of Rights of 1688, the Magna Carta, to limit the power of government. Because government is always wrong. When government gets involved with your life, government is always wrong. Every single time. Every single time. Gun control is going to protect you. Look at our schools. Do they look safe to you? Do they seem safer today than they were 10 years ago? When they got rid, since 2020, when the schools said, wow, I know, because that one criminal got killed, because that criminal, that crack addict died. Well, we have to, because of racial justice, we have to get rid of all the armed guards in our schools. And then evil, vicious demons are attacking our schools. Whether they're trans or not, they're attacking our schools, and guess what? Our schools aren't safer. Social justice hasn't made crime go down. Waving away and ignoring the crimes the criminals are making is not helping anyone. Ask anyone in San Francisco about whether or not they can go to a Walgreens. They can't. They closed all the stores. Why? Because social justice, racial justice, we're not counting that as a crime when people steal. Okay, they close the store. How many people are better off now? They have less stores that they can shop at. There's less places that they can get food, less jobs in those communities. Who got helped there? How did social justice and racial justice help those people in San Francisco and California with Walgreens jobs? How does that help anyone? In New York State, when 15% of the people that they're releasing with cashless bail go out and commit a crime on the same day, how is that helping anyone? But you're not supposed to talk about that. Let me go back to the comments. User has been banned mentions the 15-minute cities sounds insane. Makes everyone's world smaller and smaller. Work cubes and pods, sleeping pods. Sweden's Zelf deletes pods. Let's see, Graham says, heck yeah, I'm going to say that to the cop the next time I get pulled over. Quote, government is trying to interrupt my life is wrong, end quote, joking. Yeah, I wish we could. John Cordisco mentions that's why the amendment of having senators elected on popular vote was the beginning of the end. 19th Amendment. I'm not telling you have to be a Republican. I'm not telling you have to be a conservative. I am telling you should be asking questions of everyone in our government because it is affecting the rest of the world and it affects us. Just as I showed with the example of what Kamala Harris is doing in Tennessee right now is impacting the rest of the world. What Joe Biden is doing in trying to focus on re-election and politics is having an impact on the rest of the world. And that's without even looking at the economic impact. That's without thinking about the fact that we're in a recession. That's without acknowledging the fact that we are in the middle of a global food shortage with 30% less food. And that's something that is not ending this year. That's going to keep on happening. As long as there is a war in the Ukraine, there is less fertilizer, there is less food, and the world is getting hungry. And that's why we have seen food riots in South America, in Africa, around the world. The government of Sri Lanka changed because of the food shortage, and that's not ending this year. That's going until 2024, maybe 2025. Self-delete, yeah. Okay. Yeah, in Canada. And that's why you see, and what's the answer? Well, in Canada, they're trying to help people self delete themselves rather than this is their answer to single payer healthcare. This is the healthcare solution in Canada. Delete yourself. In Sweden, delete yourself. Just remove yourself from the population. This is why government is always wrong. The government can't afford health care. Government single-payer health care doesn't work. So the answer is, yeah, they'll convince you to delete yourself instead of doing anything else. That's really terrifying. It's terrifying, folks. If you're relying on government to protect you, you're in trouble if you're thinking that Kamala Harris or Joe Biden's going to do it. You may not think that Republicans are much better. Fine, pick somebody else. Maybe you think a libertarian's better. Maybe you think it's the Green Party. I'm not telling you who to pick, but I am telling you that if you're listening to nothing but the lies, if you're listening to half the information, you have a problem. Because they are blatantly not caring about you. Yeah, if you're in a wheelchair in Canada, self-delete. There's single-payer health care for you. Self-delete because you're in a wheelchair. You're going to have a difficult life. Just delete yourself. Seriously, folks, that's the message. That's the reality. This is what happens when you give more and more power to the government and less to the people. In New Zealand, in Australia, they took you from your homes because they thought you might be sick. They're taking you from your homes and they put you into an internment camp. Whether you wanted to go or not, they had the government they had the military knocking on your door to take you away, no matter what you thought. This is what happens when you have less freedom, when you stop asking questions, when the only answer is obey and affirm. Just say yes. Do what you are told. And again, if there is a Democrat, if there is an elected official in America that disagrees, if the St. Louis Post-Dispatch, their editorial board, disagree with me, I will be happy to have a conversation with them. If their reporters would like to have a conversation about this, you know what? Pay a bus ticket for me. I will go to your office and let's have a live discussion. I will do that. If this university would like me to have a debate about this or have a conversation, pay for a bus ticket. I will go straight there. I will not sleep. I will take the trip straight there, no sleep, and do the debate and take a bus trip back. Just pay for my bus ticket and give me a pot of coffee. I can't make it any more obvious for you. And by the way, don't think that I don't have any critique for Republicans. I do know what's happening in Broome County. I know how the Republican Party in Broome County is punishing college Republicans for the college Republicans to dare do something that was not approved. When I say that you have to do the approved thing by government, I'm including Republicans in this too, especially Republicans like we are seeing currently. And I am directly calling out the Broome County Republican leadership when they decided that they were going to punish the Binghamton University College Republicans. Yes, the Binghamton College Republicans screwed up. They are a screwed up organization out right now when they are begging everyone. They're insulting their donors and they're going around begging for money because they want to have a speaker. I get that. But when those very same college Republicans decided to help a Republican candidate running for an elected office, when they went to help that out, and because it wasn't the approved candidate by the Broome County Republican Committee, and then they said, oh, so they punished the students, they pulled the money, they insulted those kids, and they have been punishing them because they didn't pick the right person. I'm sorry, Broome County Republican Party, you have failed. Again, you're saying do what's approved, not You know what? What's the problem with a primary? What's the problem with if the Broome County Republicans are supporting the best candidate, then they should have no problem with a primary to prove their candidate is the best candidate, rather than just saying to people, you have no choice. This is the one we approved, and if you don't agree, then you aren't Republican enough for us. I suppose since the Broome County Republicans have tried to kick me out of the party, just for full disclosure, they've been working on getting me kicked out. You know what? Do I have a bone to pick with them? Absolutely. At the same time, why are you picking on the college Republicans? Why are you beating them up because they didn't do what you approved? Why are they responsible to do what you say? So yes, I'm upset. I don't care if it's Republicans saying do what's approved, or Democrats saying do what's approved, or whether it's progressives saying do what's approved. If someone is telling you to do the approved thing without question, without having any justification, without any reason, just because you're political and you have power, that is wrong. Whether it's the Broome County Republican Party or whether it's the Democrats across this country, I hold you both accountable and tell you no. And I'm not afraid of the Broome County Republicans any more than I am of the progressives, of Progressive Leaders of Tomorrow, or any other organization. I'll call you all out. I love this. Soylent Green being bugs and not people should make us happy. It should make some people happy. But I don't think eating bugs is a solution, nor is eating people. But neither one is a good solution when they're unnecessary. At least in the movie Soylent Green, there was no other choice. The world ended. You know, it's been the big promise. When people think about climate change, they forget. The reason why the movie Soylent Green exists is because of climate change. The same people telling you that the climate is changing, it's global warming or global cooling. Back in the 60s, in the 1958, climate scientists promised us that by the 1980s, there would be an overpopulation of the planet. We wouldn't be able to feed everyone, and that we would have Soylent Green. That's why they made the movie Soylent Green. It was about the 1980s. It was from 1958. They said in the 1980s, 1990s, there would be overpopulation and all the food on the planet would be dead. They were wrong. In the 1970s, they said the world was cooling. We had global cooling, and they were trying to figure out ways how to increase the temperature of the planet. They were wrong. When they said in the 1990s and 2000s that there was global warming, and they said that all the ice caps would have melted by 2015, they lied. They were wrong. Here we are today. Now they say it's climate change. They have no idea what they're talking about, and they have never been right, not once. But they make lots of movies about it. They like to entertain and tell you, be afraid, be constantly afraid, obey, because this is the approved message. And anyone who has any other question, if you even dare question it, you're the bad guy. Oh yeah, and the ozone, that's right, the ozone layer. Ozone layer is gone. We're all going to die because the hole in the ozone is going to get bigger and bigger, and we're all going to die from UV radiation. The hole closed by itself. Just naturally closed. There is no hole in the ozone anymore. No, you have to use ethanol. You have to use ethanol because that's good for the planet. Yeah, except it increases the amount of gasoline you have to use. And by the way, ethanol is destroying the Gulf of Mexico and a couple of other regions around the nation. It is killing all the fish, the plankton. It kills everything in the oceans because it takes out oxygen from the water. Oh, you're not supposed to talk about that, are you? Did I just mention a scientific fact? Empirically proven fact? Agent Black mentions that he planted loads of vegetables today, along with the missus. Hello, Mrs. Agent Black. Because, and he did so because it costs over, let's see, $4.50 pounds, 4.5 pounds. That works out to $7.25 for a watermelon, if I believe correct. The price is up 65%. Yeah, and the price of eggs have gone up 580%. The price for lettuce has gone up 300%. We're in a food shortage, people, and the price of meat has gone up 45%, and it's not ending anytime soon. We have been warning you about that since February 17th of 2021. On this channel, you can look it up. Go into this channel, whether it's on YouTube or Rumble, go into BitChute or onto Odyssey. Look at our, we put out a video about the United States, the economy crashing. It was February 17th of 2021, and we started warning you to prepare for the economy going to a recession. We haven't been wrong. When January of 2022, we started telling you to stockpile rice and flour and wheat and to get canned foods because the price is going to go up because of a global famine. We started saying that in January of 2022. We're not wrong. And we are telling you right now, continue to do that because it's still getting worse. It is not getting better. And it won't be better for another year. At least another year before we're going to see that improve. Look at this. This is from the Bureau of Labor Statistics. And I want to show you, this is the number right here. Small businesses are the engine of growth. The unemployment rate is 3.5%. We see that there are 200,000 less jobs in the United States today than there were just a month ago. The cost of everything is going higher. Remember, OPEC just increased the cost of oil, which means your electricity is going to go up. Buying gas at for your car is going to go up. Heating your home is going to go up. Thank goodness we're out of the winter, but the economy is getting worse. The recession is going to last until 2025. You don't have to believe me. Ask the Fed chairman. They said so. And as for the real world, well, in the United Kingdom, the cost of watermelon is going up by 65%. Hang on a second. All right. Average price of watermelon is 2016. I'm trying to find out what the cost is now. I'm trying to find out what the price of watermelon in the United States. Hang on a second. I'm trying to get you guys the number here. I can't find anything that's showing the current 2023 price. But I believe it's gone up in the United States as well. I apologize. I was trying to search for it and I was trying to find, but nothing is showing me the current price per pound of watermelon and what it has been over time, but that's all right. But watermelon, the cost of lettuce, the cost of eggs, they're all going up. Yes, you're getting smaller watermelons because there's less fertilizer, and so the watermelons aren't growing as large, so the cost goes up. And remember, the FDA has already said, if you have a garden and they find out about it, it's community. That is a community garden, and they can take your garden from you. We've covered that before as well. Let's see. All right, here it is. The United States, USDA opens People's Garden Initiative to gardens nationwide. If you have a garden and the federal government finds out about your garden, they can come and take it. It will be considered the people's garden. It will be property of the United States. They can take your food and they can give it to someone else. Don't tell anyone about your garden in the backyard. Have a garden, don't tell the government. Because if the government finds out, they will take it. That's as of September 9th, 2022. Again, they don't want you to have these conversations online. They don't want you to know this information. We are showing you the sites. This is coming, again, we're showing you from the FDA itself. And they don't want you to know about it. This is why they're not talking about these things. This is why they stopped talking about the trans shooter. This is why they're trying to keep you busy looking at Dylan Mulvaney. They want you to ignore what is happening and the impact that is happening around the world because they don't want you to ask questions. They want you to obey. They don't want to hear your questions. They want you to feel like you are the only one, except you are not. I've been doing this for 15 years, and they know. We will tell you the truth. We will show you the evidence. You may or may not agree with us, and that's perfectly fine, but they don't want you to even know that there should be a conversation. They want you to feel like you're safe, even as 12-year-olds are joining gangs and killing and getting involved in triple murders. They tell you, oh, the schools are safe. Don't worry. All you have to do is get rid of the guns and you're safe. Except black-on-black crime is still up, and that is still a problem. And they are letting the kids join gangs in schools because they're too busy trying to convince your kids that they should chop off their genitals at the age of 13. That's what they're busy about. They're not trying to protect your kids. They're not trying to protect you. If you actually have a question about this, you're going to have Merrick Garland show up at your door with the FBI saying, you can't speak. We're going to investigate you. Not one crime, not once has the FBI investigated a parent who is involved with the PTA trying to find out what's happening at their school. Not one has been investigated. They've been investigated. Not one has been found to be a problem or a threat. Not once in hundreds of cases. But that same Merrick Garland, the same FBI, will not follow up and prosecute Hunter Biden for the proven deception of the government, breaking the law, getting a gun illegally. They will not investigate his photos and his evidence of him involved with underage hookers. They won't touch that. No. But they'll waste their time with you. How dare you ask about how to make schools safer? They won't tell you about the Parkland, Florida school system and their findings after a year of doing an investigation on how to make schools safer. And the answer is armed guards in the schools and having multiple guards depending on the size of the school. That's the answer. No. They want you to think the only answer is we have to have a gun-free zone. And it doesn't work. It has never worked. And for 50 years, that's the only answer they will give you. Just give up your freedom, give up your rights. Women do not get to defend themselves. They don't get to have the protection of being able to be armed. Nope. We're going to get rid of the police. We're defunding the police. We're going to leave you defenseless. The criminals don't care, and you will obey. Agent Black mentions that he's got in the UK, they got a dehydrator. They're dehydrating food to have it longer. It's a smart decision. And by the way, maybe you don't agree with anything else I'm saying. I'm telling you, and we have been saying every week since January of 2022, stockpile some food. Buy 10%. Don't panic. Just buy 10% more food every time you go to the store. Buy more canned foods, more flour, more sugar, more wheat. Get that and stockpile it. Have it for a rainy day. If we're wrong, you have extra food. If we're right, you're going to save money and you're going to have food when other people are hungry. And that's what Agent Black is doing with a dehydrator right now. And we think it's a great idea. If we're wrong, if I hope to be wrong, we're not. There is a food shortage right now. There's 30% less food in the world right now. Has been since August of 2022. That is a fact. Okay, but say you don't agree. Okay, say we somehow, miraculously, food just appears out of the sky. Manna falls from heaven and there's enough food for everybody in the world. Okay, fantastic. And you just have extra food. Donate it to a soup kitchen. Donate the food to the homeless. Donate the food to homeless veterans. It's a win-win for everyone. Even if we were to be wrong, and we're not. It is scary, folks. And they want you to think you're the only person, that you're isolated. You're the problem. You're MAGA. You're a problem. You want to make America great again. Think about it. Their answer to you, the answer to this channel is, oh, well, you just want to make America great. That's what MAGA means. Oh, the problem is that I and this channel and many people who watch it want to make America great. And that's the problem they have with us, that we want to make America great. What is wrong with making America great? I understand if you're a progressive, you hate America. You hate the Constitution. You don't believe in free speech because those are the principles of the progressive movement. Ask the Democratic Socialists of America. They will tell you they want to get rid of the Constitution. They want to get rid of the First Amendment and the Second Amendment. You don't have rights to property. That's what the Democratic Socialists of America, that's what BLM are there for. BLM, according to its creator, Patrice Cullors, who now has 6 mansions because of donations she has received for saying BLM, she created it to convince black people to be communists. I'm not making this up. These are their words. This is what they have said. BLM does not believe in families, the traditional family. They want to get rid of that. That's their words. That's what they printed and what they have been pushing out there. That's not me making that up. That's what they're saying. Think about what they're trying to do to you. Think about President Obama told you he was going to transform America. He didn't tell you what he was going to transform it into. The news media conveniently never asked him to finish the sentence. Transform it into what? What are you transforming? Well, today we now know what it is. They're going to transform America into a dependent state. We're not energy independent, we're energy dependent. They want the government to provide you more and you have less choices. The government gets to decide your health care. They get to decide if they're going to put an experimental drug into your body. The government gets to decide whether or not your kids get protected in schools. The government gets to decide whether or not you have enough police to protect your community. They get to decide. You just get to say yes. You get to affirm. That's it. They get to say how many genders there are. You get to say yes, and you don't get another choice. That is a problem, folks. Let me go back to the comments. Dow says, reclaiming the skill sets of our grandparents and great-grandparents are never a bad thing. It's a good hedge against catastrophe and hardships of any type, and I agree with that. We need to learn how to have community gardens, how to grow food in your backyard again, to be able to sew, to be able to cook meals. How many kids are dependent nowadays? You'd be amazed how many kids go to school today. They don't know how to sew. They don't know how to farm. They don't know how to do minor repairs. Something that was considered, and I'm 55 now, that was considered normal. It was commonplace. And now they don't know, kids don't know how to cook. They get many of the youth of today, 30 and under, don't know how to cook. They order all their food. This is like that TED Talk. You will own nothing and be happy. You don't need to learn how to cook. Someone will bring you the food. You can just order the food and it will come to you. Who's making the food? You don't need to know how to sew. You'll just 3D print clothing, and then you'll throw it away when you're done with it. Who's making the clothing? Who's making the design? Where's the material coming from? I'm telling you, folks, we have to think about these things. Whether or not you agree with me 100% is not required. It's kind of like that line from Morpheus in Matrix Revolutions or Matrix Reloaded. I don't remember. The second Matrix movie. And Morpheus, Commander Locke, says, Morpheus, not everyone believes what you believe. And the answer from Morpheus is, my beliefs don't require everyone to. I would say the same thing. You don't have to agree with what I believe in. My beliefs don't require you to have to blindly obey. In fact, my beliefs require that you have to ask a question of me and everyone else. You should. That's what my beliefs are. Ask questions. Double check the facts. Find out for yourself and make your own decision, because you are an individual. You are not a checkbox. They so desperately want you to believe that you are nothing more than the box that they are putting you into. Oh, you're trans, you're gay, you're straight, you're white, you're black, you're Hispanic, you're male or female. You're in a box. And that's all you are, is that box. And they want you to, and they have decided equity. Where do you rank? Forget about whether you're smart, whether you're capable or not, whether you're intelligent, funny, whether you're a good person or a bad person. You are nothing more than the box and the rank that they have given to that box. I disagree with that completely. And they're telling you, you must obey, and the only thing you can do is to affirm what they have told you. You are worthless by yourself. That's what the government is telling you right now. That's why Kamala Harris is in Tennessee right now, because she doesn't care. Joe Biden doesn't care. Well, I'm sorry, I care. Dow mentions that knowledge is literally power when backed by human energy and will. And Dow has an entire bookshelf full of literature about old practices and skill. And those are going to be very, very powerful and necessary in the future. All right, folks. So we've been at this about 4 hours now, unless YouTube again decides to delete. And that's a new thing, by the way. You may see many of your favorite channels, whatever it's on, doesn't matter. It could be entertainment. It could be about, I don't know, Bigfoot. It could be about mermaids or flat earth. Whatever it could be, you're seeing. YouTube just changed their algorithm again to suppress anyone who is saying something they don't like. And Facebook has decided that if you have links, if you show or discuss links, any kind of links like we have, showing you what the USDA had to say, the links that we have to the Bureau of Labor Statistics, the links that we have coming from the Daily Mail, an international newspaper, links that we have that are pointing at Reuters. When we are quoting you and showing you the interview coming from Forbes, a news announcement from the sheriff of Marion County, because we have dared to share the links with you so that you can see all of the evidence in full for yourself to make your own decision, to ask your own questions. YouTube has decided that they will randomly and by their own decision delete any and all of those links and or videos that show that, or to edit a video to delete those links. That's on them. They get that power. They just made that decision April 1st. They were testing it in March. And we have seen the result on our channel that they have taken away links that we have published and presented for you, the public. These are all credible news sources. This is coming, forget about whether it's coming from Google or not. These are sources that are internationally recognized. Most of these are left-leaning news organizations: CNN, NBC, MSNBC, ABC, the New York Times, the United States government, the government of France, the government of China. And they're trying to delete that so that you don't get to see the conversation. They just want you to obey. And how dare anyone like this channel actually show you evidence doing the work that MSNBC has tens of thousands of employees. The New York Times has 100,000 employees. And yet they're not having this conversation with you. You have to wonder why. CNN has tens of thousands of employees. They're on air 24 hours a day, and they won't have the conversation with you that we're having. They want to charge you money to be able to see these conversations. We've been doing it for free for 15 years. One guy, by himself, having these conversations, getting in interviews that actually matter to you. I have to tell you, there's a problem when they're afraid, when YouTube and Facebook, when Google, when they're so terrified that they have to suppress this channel, suppress this speech, when they have to delete emails, when they delete videos, when they delete links, because they don't want you to actually see the evidence and to ask a question. They don't want you to question when Joe Biden says, hey, he did a great job with Afghanistan. And everyone who is alive and everyone who saw the evidence knows that he was wrong. It was abysmal. It was chaos. It cost people's lives. He abandoned American citizens. It is insulting to the memory of the 13 members of our military. It is insulting and dangerous to the Americans that have been abandoned in Afghanistan and in the Ukraine to turn around and try and tell the American people 2 years after the fact, it's all good. Everything's fine. Nothing went wrong. This was perfect. Like we don't remember, that our memories are so short, that we are so stupid, that we don't remember the reality, and that we're just supposed to blindly obey, nod our heads, and affirm that Joe Biden did a great job when he failed, when the Taliban kicked his ass. And the rest of the world laughed at Joe Biden and Kamala Harris, and sadly, the United States. Because of that is why we have so much danger in the world today, and why we will probably see 3 regional wars by 2028. I hope I'm wrong. I want to be wrong. I don't think I am. But again, as always, if there is any elected official that would like to question and debate me on this, I will be happy. If they want to come on to this program, I will give them as much time as they want or they need to try and show why I am wrong. I am the only news media, minor, small as I may be, that will give them unlimited time to point out, to make their case, to make their argument, to try and prove me wrong. That's it. I'm one man. If they think that I'm wrong, they've got all the resources. They got the entire power and staffing of the government to try and prove me wrong. And in 15 years, they won't do it. That should tell you something. That's why we get hundreds of people watching us on Rumble, because YouTube suppresses this channel. And they want to suppress you. And every week we come back to show you the truth, to talk about the consequences, to show you why we do not have an efficient, effective government, why there is no plan, and Joe Biden is lost, and Kamala Harris is the worst person in the world for any and every issue, and that they only care about politics. They just want to get through the next election. They don't care about you. That's a shame. It's terrifying. But folks, we've been on for 4 hours on Rumble, Twitter, Facebook, YouTube, and earlier this week in DLive. What? We got cut off of... Did I get cut off of Rumble? But folks, we have been on for quite some time now. So what we will do is we will step away. We were on 12 hours earlier this week. We've just done 4 hours today. Please, if you'd like, donate $1, donate 50 cents to the cause. You know, that's 16 hours of, just in a week, 16 hours of entertainment, information, cost you nothing. If nothing else, please just like, share, subscribe. That's all we ask for. Like, share, subscribe. Really, that's all you have to do. And let us be able to speak to more people around the world. But if you do want to, donate $1. Donate 50 cents. Unless you're a progressive, and unless you believe in white privilege, then remember, we're black. According to white privilege, according to critical race theory, if you believe in that, you're supposed to give us half your paycheck. And if you believe in white privilege, if you're a progressive, you believe in white privilege, if you believe in critical race theory, and you don't give us your paycheck, you're a racist. Everyone else, donate $1. But for the progressives, you're a racist if you don't give us half your paycheck. Those are your rules, not mine. I didn't make that up. That's your rule. That's why you gave $90 million to BLM and they bought 6 mansions. That's why you gave hundreds of thousands of dollars to Sean King and he bought a dog for $40,000. If you're a progressive, you believe in white privilege, you believe in critical race theory, you should be sending me half your paycheck. Everyone else, $1, or more importantly, just like, share, and I want to thank you. Like, share, and subscribe. I hope everyone else has a great week. You have a great time. Thank you for being with us, Agent Black. I know it's 7 hours ahead for you and it's middle of the night. I want you all to be well. Remember, visit our friends over at the Liberty First Foundation. Look at our friends at Alternative out of the UK. It's Simply a Less out of Canada. Check them out. Don't forget to drop by and say hello to Dan Wass on the Loaded Mic, MIC podcast. And check him out and say hello. And until next week, until our next video, I want you to be well. Thank you, everyone.